All right. Apologies for the delayed start, and apologies for the 2 weeks without streaming. Some life stuff happened, but I am now ready to do what I had planned. That big thing I mentioned oh so long ago at this point. Here we go. Alright, so as I mentioned in my tweet and at the end of the description for the stream, I'm going to be giving my thoughts on ESO's current storyline, the Gold Road chapter, and any future content that I think they will be making. That last part is mostly going to be speculation, and presumably at the end. I don't want to have it take over the entire stream, but I also don't know how long it's going to take for me to give my thoughts. Alright, pal, Taku, I'll think about it. Thank you. Thanks for this follow on Twitter. Where was I? Right. I don't want my thoughts on the future of the game to take over the whole stream, but I do want to get them out there. I don't think I'll have any visual aids, so apologies for that. But let's get the trek started at least. For those who read the description of the stream, I'm going to be walking and not running across Tamriel, starting in Glenumbra, or Daggerfall, the city of Daggerfall in
That someone
Glenumbra,
killed all the cultists and saved the weird tree.
and ending in Solitude in Western Skyrim. All without taking a boat, fast travel, or any other non-walking method. Now, I'm sure the visual can be boring. But it's what I'm gonna try to do. So I think it'll be a fun experience. Anyway, to kick off my thoughts on the Gold Road chapter, I don't know what this person's doing. I think they ended it as well as they could have. The whole introduction of a new Daedric prince. The initial hype, I think, definitely justified their doing it. However, I don't think long term it would have been good for the lore of the game. It might have been fine for the game, just ESO, but in terms of the Elder Scroll universe, it wouldn't. I don't think it would have been a good idea. So I like how they handled it, making it its own isolated incident. Nobody remembers all that. You do get into some kind of time travel inconsistencies, or really just any of the inconsistencies that come up when you're dealing with anything to do with time. For instance, I'm pretty sure Gadain, along with some other people, realized that there's a huge gap in their memory and they're missing something. I was gonna say missing out on something, but that's not entirely accurate. They're misremembering something, or not remembering something they think they should. And having a gap in your memory like that, your brain will try to fill in the gaps either with nonsense or with the truth, even if it doesn't know what that truth is. So ultimately, there's going to be somebody else besides the player character, us, the Vestige, who remembers Ithelia. Probably not. It's probably not going to be Laramil, just because of her devotion to Hermaeus Mora. But somebody definitely will. Somebody has to. It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way. Because you can't manipulate that many people's minds and expect a clean result, you know? I'm pretty sure this is no, I'm not actually, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure this is something that's been studied. I don't even think it could be studied in the real world, but memory loss is not always a permanent thing. And even if you do try to artificially fill in the gaps, your brain is going to recognize that that's either not the full story or just not true. Which is, like I said, what we saw with Gadain and a few other people at the end of the Gold Road chapter. But obviously this is fiction. They can do whatever they want. Maybe it will tie itself up in a neat little bow and be a non-issue. Who knows? It would honestly be all the better for the existence of Ithelia to be swept under the rug, or like I said, the lore. If for no other reason than because Ithelia as an entity is not mentioned or even alluded to or even tangentially referenced in, I'm pretty sure any lore books or previous game text, like at all, pretty much ever. I don't think not Laramil, Ithelia is ever mentioned, or like even minimum, at bare minimum, tangentially referenced. As a result of that, like I said, I think they did the best they could with it. I don't know if I like how it ended, or maybe I don't know if I like how quickly it ended. The way they were building it up over Necrom and most of Gold Road was that there's going to be this huge catastrophic thing, this major event in the world of Tamriel. It's going to rock the foundations of everything we knew and change it all. And they kind of started that with the Wildburn, because, you know, a forest growing in Cyrodiil, that's strange. Why would the forest hop the river? Doesn't even have any natural mechanisms to do that, theoretically. And yet, so it did. I just feel like they could have done more, I guess, with Ithelia. They could have... And I guess that's why I also want to talk about the future of ESO in terms of story content, because I want to give my ideas, but I want to expand upon what they could have done with Ithelia, because I do sort of feel like it was quick in a way. In a way, I think Gold Road basically was the Necrom story's Galen. You know how in the past they have had a major zone DLC, like the chapter releases and you get a new zone, and then halfway through the year you get a smaller DLC that also gives you a zone, a la Vardenfell and the Clockwork City, or Somerset and Murkmire, or Northern and Southern Elsewhere, Western Skyrim and Markarth. The ending zones for today's stream. Those were right. Those fit right into the mold I was just referring to. And it kind of feels like Gold Road is Necrom's version of Markarth, Murkmire, or Clockwork City. Not in scale, obviously, because it was a whole... I mean, it's the Gold Road. It's the part of Cyrodiil that connects the Heartland to the Gold Coast. But... I don't know, it felt like this whole new Daedric Prince thing could have gone a bit longer. And obviously I don't mean add more quests into Gold Road. I think as an experience, the Gold Road chapter was fine. I just think as a concept, the whole arc, the story arc of Ithilea was, I guess, too pruned. And I'm not going to say they didn't put enough love into it, because I'm sure they did. And they took a big risk putting a new Daedric Prince in the story in the first place. That, in my opinion, was a huge risk that could have ended very poorly, but it didn't. I think they did decent with it. It just didn't feel as grand as it should have. Like the battle with Molag Bal at the end of the main story for ESO, it was grand. You get the power of Meridia. You fight the Daedric Prince of Domination, even as a giant form, like what we saw with Mehrunes Dagon in Black Road, or not Black Road, Blackwood, and the Deadlands DLCs. We basically fought the Molag Bal version of that at the end of the main story for ESO. And that's not to say you can't have something lower scale than that and still have it be cool. Like, I thought a lot of the ideas they implemented in Gold Road were pretty cool. Just that when you think of Daedric Prince, you think scale, and that scale wasn't there. Not in a way that satisfied me, at least, I don't think. On a positive note, they did have that whole self-fulfilling prophecy aspect of Ithilea going into a rage after the loom got destroyed, and that pure destructive nature that she displayed and that she realized she was displaying, that almost made her a bit human. And I like it when there are complex characters, even if they are a Daedric entity. If nothing else, I feel it satisfactorily gave Ithilea the perspective of a mortal for a short amount of time, but long enough that she could recognize what she was doing and that she needed to be stopped. And I thought that was really cool. I just, like, as I said earlier, I just feel like it could have happened, I don't know, next expansion. Why did it all have to take place in Gold Road? And I suppose there's an obvious answer to why it couldn't. It's because the general attention span, not attention span, but I guess memory of the, not even just the casual player, but like the hardcore player. If they're not here for the lore, they're gonna forget that within half a year. pretty much all of the whatever happened in Gold Road. For example, I myself, who's really into the lore, have almost completely forgotten what happened in Somerset, and I did that like 2 years ago. I've almost forgotten, actually I think I have forgotten about half of what happened in the Greymore expansion, and I did that like late last year. So it's the memory, the human memory probably isn't long enough if they were to expand or do it over 3 expansions to have everybody who's played it remember everything that happened. But at the same time, they generally implement a reminder feature into a lot of the dialogue. And we saw that a lot with Baragon and Laramel with Gold Road. And generally a lot with Laramel even in the Necrom expansion. So there are ways they could go around the whole forgetting part of things to have accommodated that, but it would have taken a lot of work, and I can understand why the ZOS team wouldn't have wanted to do that. I just feel like they could have done more with it. The side quests in Gold Road, I thought were actually pretty fun. So I guess that's what they could have done more of, is instead of the expansion being focused on defeating Athalia and getting rid of her. Because, oh, here we go. Going into Stormhaven. Shoot, where was I? Oops. What's going on? Okay. Sorry about that. Don't know why I was taken out of the interface. Oh, my UI is off, by the way, just because I want to give people the experience that the experience of traveling the world of Tamriel. Where was I? Side quests, right. So I think they could have done more on, and this again, this is all my opinion, they probably did it the best way they knew how for the players, especially the end game raiders who just do that and nothing else, or even the PvPers who don't care about the story. For those kinds of people, having this story extend to a new expansion would probably be a bit, I don't know, not unfulfilling, but just contrived, I guess. And we'll be right back. I'm back, and if in case it wasn't obvious, I am using the auto run function, just so that there isn't really an interruption in the walk if I do have to step up like I did just now. Back to what I was talking about, the side quests. Fleshing out the region of the Gold Road, I think would have been a little bit better. Only because they had a lot of like visual, not storytelling, but like the Daedric shrines. They had one for Sanguine and one for who was it? I think it was I think it was Mephala. I'm gonna try to skip past these people, so I don't want to get into combat. But they had those Daedric shrine things, where you could do something related to the Daedric Prince itself, and it was kind of fun because they don't have those around the rest of Tamriel. But you could have done something with it akin to what they did with, oh, what was it? I think it was the Nocturnal statue in Blackwood, where there's a small little side quest associated with it. So instead of just pouring booze on Sanguine's shrine, you could have had some quest with Sam Gwynbean, or whatever the name was of the character in Skyrim. That was basically a Sanguine masquerading as a mortal. You could have done something with that.
Have you heard that King Lorien has returned? He's going to lead the Fighters Guild now.
Again, I understand why they didn't, because, well, with that specific example, it's been done. But also, they don't want to overload the players with content, because it'll just upset the people who are only focused on one thing, like PvP or the trials. But in terms of the world building, I do think a little bit more, not too much. They did plenty in terms of like the vineyards and stuff like that. Oh, and in case it wasn't clear, I'm going to Rivenspire next. I'm just gonna do a little circle in that because that's kind of an isolated place. So that should be really quick, and then I'm gonna come back through Stormhaven and then go to Hrothgar. Oh, can I not do it with my UI off? No. I just can't do it. What's going on there? I swear I'm in the right place. What is going on? Oh, I was too close. Gotta find the sweet spot, apparently. Okay. Shoot, I'm getting distracted. Yeah, I think they could have just added a little bit more flavor to the region of Gold Road. But all of the stuff with the vineyards and that political aspect with the Wood Elves and the Colovians, I thought they did really well with that. Maybe a little easily concluded as well, just because I don't feel like King Nantharion was a bit felt, if that makes sense. Not like physically, but the repercussions of his actions does not seem to have had any consequence to the region beyond the Wildburn. And granted, the Wildburn is pretty serious. The fact that he was behind that is, well, wild. In my opinion, quite impressive, actually. The fact that not even a druid, but a Bosmer with the powers, or not powers, but I guess knowledge granted to him by Athalia could induce something like the wild burn. That's some crazy power right there. So I guess in that sense, he's felt, but I don't know if it's as much him as it is Athalia's power. I guess it would be his, because for a good while there, we don't even see Athalia until we meet her at the Outcast Inn, where she's looking to get a particular drink, and we help her accumulate the ingredients for that. I'm thinking, sorry. Oh goodness. Some lag there. Apparently there's a lot of people around or something. Yeah. I don't know. I guess overall I kind of feel like the Gold Road chapter was a bit more lackluster than it could have been. If that makes sense. But at the same time, I understand why they couldn't have made it a huge thing. Maybe it was overhyped. Maybe that's the problem. Is because of the Daedric Prince, I feel like it was overhyped and slightly under-delivered. And I feel like I have to compliment Sandwich this thing because I'm doing a lot of criticism. But again, I really did like the Gold Road experience. Especially now that this just popped into my head, but the stuff they did with that Stargazer, a nice little callback to Craglorn. I liked that. The mini menagerie, as it were. I don't really know what else I can say about it beyond what I've said already. Guess there's not really much more to add. The idea of a new Daedric Prince was promising. I felt the execution was relatively, a bit relatively lackluster. And then the world building was also, I found, lacking. But again, positive experience with some neat references to all the older stuff and some interesting fleshing. They did do some fleshing out of the region, so I can't complain too much. Like the stomping of the grapes, or that one, those acolytes that are basically traveling philosophers. That was fun for me. But yeah. So I guess the biggest section of today's stream is going to be speculation. I was kind of trying to avoid that, but it's not a whole lot I can do in that regard, because I have to fill the quote-unquote silence. I know there's game sound and music playing, but I have to fill the silence with something, just so that I don't get copyright or what have you. And I wish I could pull up a map. Well, I've already showed my UI once, so I'm sure it won't hurt anything if I do it again. I just want to keep it to a minimum. So I guess when I go start talking about the next region, which I'm gonna finish my thought and then go to this next one. When I start talking about the next region, I can pull up the map. I don't know, it just feels a bit wrong or off. Sorry about that. I had a sneeze coming on and it didn't resolve. So when I start talking about the next region,
There's
they
the one that
can
defeated the corrupted
head
spirit
into
inside
for
of
the
weird
story.
tree.
I guess I can pull up the map. Although, now this is where that other thought that I had came into being. That's usually where I start with my speculation, is which region have they visited or have they not visited the longest? That also isn't adjacent to the zone they just put out. So, for example, and I'm not going to be pulling up a map for this one, but the Alakir Desert, or not the Alakir Desert, but the rest of Hammerfell, they haven't done that. The space between Hughes Bane and Alakir zones, they haven't filled that out. All that's west of Gold Road, the Westfield. So they could do something there. Although I feel personally that that's a little bit too close to where they just made a new zone. So they're probably going to be looking for places that are a bit further away. So I guess I'll start my speculation with speculation on systems.
Let's ride.
What new systems do I think they would implement in a shoot words in a new expansion? Because with Gold Road it was scribing, right? And that, love it or hate it, it's a pretty niche thing that I think has succeeded more so than not. And the skill styles, are really the main feature I think they added, because the scribed skills, while nice, is still only 6 skills, right? Or not 6, but 9 or 10 skills. Granted, it's a full bar of stuff if you know what you're doing with it, or a full 2 bars of stuff if you know what you're doing with it. But at the same time, not a lot of those skills have the cohesion that some of the, or not even some of, but a lot of the class skills have. Although, from what I'm seeing in some YouTube videos about scribing, I am completely wrong, and it's even more powerful than a lot of the class skills they have for some classes. Like, Igneous Shield for the Dragon Knight is apparently ever so slightly usurped by Ulfsild's Contingency with the Damage Shield affix. So, goes to show that I'm probably wrong about that, and they are just as useful, if not more useful. I'm trying to make sure I'm heading in the right direction. I'm trying to go to Orsinium. I think this is the right direction, but I don't think those stairs are where I want to go. I'll head up them anyway. Yeah, I don't know if the stairs was a good call. Shoot, was it a good call? It was not a good call. Okay. My apologies, everybody. As you may have seen, I am in a party, and that's kind of what I'm using as my tracking system to make sure I'm going the right way. And apparently, I left the mouse on my buddy's account somewhere that does not help with me, with what I'm trying to do right now. Scribing, right, that's where I'm at, sorry. So what I was going at with the scribing reference was that with every new expansion, or every other new chapter, let's say, they like to introduce a new feature to the game. For example, with Vardenfell, it was the Warden class. With Somerset, it was jewelry crafting. With Elsewhere, it was the Necromancer. With Western Skyrim, or the Greymore expansion, that one was a bit unique. Well, no, it added antiquities, but it also revamped the vampire and werewolf skill lines. And at the tail end, they did a champion point, basically revamp, which is actually where I came back into the game. And then following that with Blackwood, I don't think they added anything major that I can think of. With Blackwood, it seemed to be a bit more about exploring the Longhouse Emperors and going back to the Deadlands to fight Mehrunes Dagon. And I guess apparently introduced Fargrave, which ended up being a pretty much a long con setup of what Mirrormore is apparently supposed to have been, which I thought was actually an interesting twist they did with that. That was a clever idea, because with Fargrave, we have this whole Daedric, or Plane of Oblivion, that is not used by any one Daedric prince. And before that, in Elder Scrolls history, that was pretty much unheard of. Turns out, that's because the prince who used to have dominion over Fargrave is long forgotten. Go figure. So that was... I like that. More stuff like that, I guess, is what I was hoping for. Just to loop back around to talking about Gold Road specifically. The resolution they did with Fargrave, I guess, is what I was hoping they would do with Ithelia, where it spans multiple expansions. Probably not 4 like Fargrave did, but just one more would have been nice. Anyway, to go back to Blackwood, to my recollection, they did not make any they didn't introduce any new features. Mostly expanding on antiquities. That system, I think, is what they did, if I'm remembering correctly. I could also be just way off and I'm forgetting something. That is entirely possible. But with the following expansion of High Isle, they introduced the card game Tales of Tribute, which is another hit or miss thing, but it's something I enjoy, and it really motivated me to keep playing the game at that time. for some reason, I can't really explain it other than I'm really into card games. And then following High Isle is Necrom, where they introduced the Arcanist class. So another new class after, wow, 3 expansions. But from what I researched, they had their reasons for it, and it completely makes sense why they had to take so long. And to be honest, it might even take longer for yet another class to be introduced. Although, where I'm going with my train of thought about the new feature, maybe not. We'll see. Because with the next expansion, and obviously with Gold Road, it was scribing and skill styles. But with the next expansion, the new feature, if they choose to introduce one, could be expanding on our weapon skills. Kind of like what Guild Wars 2 has done recently, introducing spears as weapons. So what ESO could do is introduce polearms, spears, halberds, stuff like that. And they pretty much have the designs relatively set with the staves. It might still require a lot of creation of assets and a lot of rigging work, but I mean, what is a spear but a pointy staff, really? So I really do think if they add a spear, although I guess no, they could add a polearm skill line. Yeah. I was kind of counteracting myself, talking about how, well, that would technically be dual wielding or that kind of stuff. But staves have their own, destruction staves and healing staves both have their own separate skill lines, even though they're all two-handed weapons. So they could add a polearm skill line. And you just throw in some new animations and some other stuff with these style pages. Although, speaking of style pages, I can see that being a big hurdle for implementation, because they are gonna have to go back and design polearms for stuff like the glass armor style, or the skin changer armor style, or really a lot of the weapon armor styles and weapon packs that they've sold in the past, and add a new item to that I don't know if they want to retroactively apply to all of the people who did purchase those weapon packs or skill style books, or not skill styles, style armor style books, because that's also a lot of work. Although hopefully, if they've been keeping track of their transactions, they have a record of who bought what in terms of accounts and such. So it's feasible, if not difficult. And that difficulty is where I can see them going, no, we don't want to do that. Because that is large scope, or large scale rather. And it may take multiple expansions to actually get it to a point where it does function properly. For polearms specifically, but to counterpoint that, they could also add a pugilist weapon skill line. But See, the snag that comes with that one is that you are basically forfeiting weapons, weapon armor sets. And I have my own little workaround of for that, but in terms of items and outfit styles, that one's still gonna potentially take some work, because you do need to have some sort of fist weapon if you want to have, if you do want to still have the full set piece, what's it called, did the 5 set piece bonus for a lot of the armor sets. So I can see that being a hurdle for a unhanded or pugilist skill line. My workaround for that would be to almost not make armor for it, if that makes sense. No, like no styles, no armor pieces, nothing like that. Oh, and I'm not gonna go into Orsinium. I just wanted to come all the way here just to show that I can. Sorry for anybody who wanted to go see Orsinium. Back to what I was saying about the unhanded skill line. They could do something like introduce hand wraps or something like that. Something innocuous, something that doesn't, it can be dyed in the outfit station, but it doesn't have the ability to be styled, right? So like you could have black hand wraps or red hand wraps or green hand wraps, but would you even really want that? Because that would kind of usurp the glove style, or the outfit you have set for your gloves, right? So they may not even want to implement hand wraps in the outfit station and just introduce the skill line with hand wraps as the weapon. Are we back? Hold on. 1 second. Want to make sure. Okay. Phew. Stream went down there for a second, I think. Back to what I was talking about. Although I guess I got most of my thoughts out there already for a pugilist skill line or a unhanded skill line. And the idea for that really came from the Khajiit acolytes in the Elsewhere expansion that are mostly just hand-to-hand combat. I mean, it seems like they already have the skills set for what could be in the unarmed skill line. They just need to give it to the players through, I guess, something like hand wraps or some other weapon type that they choose to implement for unarmed. And if they do go along the vein that I was describing, where whatever weapons they use for an unarmed skill line. Oh, looks like I'm going straight into Bankerai. Sorry for everybody who wanted to see more of Stormhaven. Um, sorry. I will be right back again. And I'm back. So, if, like I was saying, if they choose to go along the lines of what I suggested for the unarmed skill line, that would give them the extra art design time to implement and, I guess, test a polearm weapons and spears and halberds and the like, whichever they choose to implement, however they choose to implement it. But I don't know, that I can see how trying to do something like that may not be in their purview, but at the same time, they had spears in Morrowind, and I know it's not the same team, but there's a precedent for polearms in the Elder Scrolls. And like I said, they already have most of the asset volume wise with the staff, right? They already have the pole, they just need the arm, right? So I can see that being, or a new skill line, weapon skill specifically, a weapon skill line being a part of the next expansion. The next big chapter expansion, I mean, because obviously they're gonna still be doing stuff with scribing and skill styles for a good while, it seems, seeing as how they added 6 new skill styles just this last Monday. But oh shoot, where was it? But I do think the next big feature to ESO should probably be a weapon skill line or something along those lines, because I feel it gives a little more variety, and it can also expand upon the what are they? Not the weapon skills, but sorry. For some reason, I was talking about it earlier, and for some reason I blanked on scribing. It also expands on the scribing feature, in the sense that you get a new scribe skill, which would be for the unarmed or hand-to-hand or pugilist skill line, or even the polearm skill line, because they have one for each weapon skill and almost one for each guild. That's another part where they can expand on the scribing thing, is give us more guild skills, like for the Sigic Order or the Undaunted. Well, shoot, it looks like I'm going to have to... I'm hoping I can go around these people and I don't actually have to fight. It may not work out that way. And it's looking like it's not going to work out that way. Oh, okay. There we go. Phew! Didn't want to have to do any combat. Back to what I was talking about. shoot, where was I? I think I finished the thought. Next major feature, right? Because part of the reason I think it has to be a weapon skill line is also because I don't know what else they would do. Granted, they put out something like the Tales of Tribute, which kind of was a bit of a blindside. Here's this new feature that nobody, or I don't think anybody was asking for, but we enjoy it, and so we think you might as well. And I do think a lot of players do enjoy it, myself included in that list. So I consider Tales of Tribute a success in terms of a feature to the game that was not there previously, and seemingly nobody was asking for. But how many of those do they have in them, really? Because scribing is basically the spell, well, not basically, it's their best attempt at a spell creation option that many people have been asking for a long time, with not even just ESO, but modern Elder Scrolls games. People wanted it in Skyrim. Some people wanted it back in Oblivion, because for actually, I think Oblivion still had some spell crafting methodology, but point is, it seems to have been removed from Elder Scrolls games, and people have been wanting it back for a long time. And so it seems like ZOS is kind of throwing the players a bone a bit with that. Oops, I went the wrong direction. With scribing, because we can alter and manipulate skills to do what we want them to do. Obviously, it's not the same kind of skill creation that players were asking for, but I do feel like implementing true spellcrafting is gonna be an astronomically huge feat. If they're even able to accomplish that, that might have to be the last big feature they ever do. Just because of all of the possibilities, it's literally endless. Well, I suppose not literally, it does have a finite number, but that number is huge. It's so massive. I mean, ZOS might be up for the challenge, but according to the people I've been listening to or the stuff I've read, part of the problem with the Arcanist as a class was that they didn't know how it would. They didn't want to make a new class because they didn't think it would be able to fit onto the current gen gaming consoles. So because ESO is multi-platform, they do have to cater to Xbox and PlayStation players a little bit with the content they put out, because they can't just be PC, right? And they're probably going to run into similar, if not the same, kind of trouble with adding a new skill line or two, or even, especially with the spellcrafting, they would have to. I don't even know what they would have to do, but I don't think spellcrafting would be able to fit on consoles. So I definitely don't think spellcrafting is
Off we go.
is going to come to ESO. I think scribing is the best we're gonna get in that regard. But luckily, I think they've made that a success. So as long as they expand on that, I think the spellcrafters are going to be, if not happy, then satisfied for a while. Hopefully a long while for their sake, but at least for a good while. the spellcrafters will be satisfied. But also because they have introduced scribing so recently, I don't think any new features they may implement in a future expansion are going to be involved with skills, or rather, spell crafting specifically in any way. Like I said, I don't know where else they would go besides adding a new weapon skill in terms of features. But if they do add a new weapon skill, we're probably only going to get one scribe skill for that, and that's it. Future scribing is probably going to include armor skills, maybe guild skills, maybe even class skills, if they're feeling spicy with it. And that would be a very bold move, in my opinion, to allow scribing for class skills. Even though I think that's kind of what a lot of the skill crafters wanted, was to manipulate their class skills in a way that they feel is optimized. But then you do have to account for min-maxing, and that's just going to be a pain in the ass, really. So that's another point in the column of why not make skill crafting a thing. But yeah, I'd love to hear if anybody has any other ideas on features they could add. I suppose they could always add a new mini game, like kind of Antiquities and Tales of Tribute. I suppose there is always room for that, and that might be actually easier to implement on consoles. But I do feel, as a player, I feel that weapon skills is their best bet. It is honestly their best chance, and I'm gonna have to do combat. I knew it was unavoidable, but I was trying to avoid it best I can. That there was no avoiding it. Sad. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Just because, I'll just restart. I do think adding a weapon skill line is unavoidable because we've had the same weapons since the game was created. Since day one in ESO, and I know I haven't been around the whole time, but since day one, we've had the 6 weapons type, weapon skill lines. Adding a 7th or an 8th is probably a bit overdue, considering, as we know from this year, the game is celebrating its 10th anniversary. That means 10 years without anything new in terms of combat.
I was tired of walking anyway.
Yeah. 10 years is a long time to go without any major changes, or not changes, but additions to combat in an MMO. I think part of that is because with other MMOs like Final Fantasy 14 or even WoW, WoW has added so many classes and so many races over the last, what is it, 2 decades it's been around? That has kind of been keeping the players satisfied with that. And then giving certain races access to different classes and the like. Gosh, this music is intense. I'm gonna I might have to turn it down. It's distracting me a bit. Back to what I was saying. And then Final Fantasy has had a few jobs, and the jobs in Final Fantasy, at least from what I've seen, I don't play it, are very visually distinct from each other. And they often do have their own specialized weaponry. So that's how I feel those two games have been keeping things fresh. And I feel that if ESO wants to keep competing with them, they're gonna have to add something to that effect that will help keep the game fresh to a lot of the longtime players who are sick of two-handed great swords, battle axes, and maces, or even the dual wield or sword and board, or even the staves. Because I mean, they have the quintessentials, don't get me wrong. Two-handed, one-handed bows and staves, that's pretty much all you really need. But need, it implies bare minimum, right? And granted, calling it the bare minimum is probably downplaying a little bit, but at the same time, it's the same weapons that people have had for 10 years, right? So I really do think we're overdue for a weapon skill line enhancement, if not expansion. I kind of been on this diatribe for probably an hour now. No, not even an hour, but been on this diatribe for a while. But it just feels so right to me, you know, to think of when I think of the future of this game. I do think of how can they expand on the combat system, because I like it, other players like it, some players like how it used to be more than it currently is. But also at the same time, it would be nice to throw a bit of a wrench into the PvP system. I know they're going to be doing a PvP update this year. I have no idea when that's going to happen, but I don't know if it's going to be enough of a curveball. It might fix the problems people have been having in PvP, because I've been reading and hearing some stuff about that the PvP in ESO has been interesting, to say the least. So, and I don't want to ruffle any feathers with the PvPers, but at the same time, I feel like there needs to be something new. And obviously, like I've said, I haven't been around since, or rather for the last 10 years in terms of the game's lifetime. But as a relatively recent player, I've been playing for the last 3 years pretty much regularly. I do see that there's potential for new avenues of gameplay. ESO has been mostly focused on story and little fun things here and there, which, to be honest, I love. I love a good, or rather, I love adding to the Elder Scrolls story. It's just, why is there Indrix here? Anyway, sorry for the lag. I don't know what's going on. I love adding to the story, but at the same time, you have to add more to a game than just story elements, if that makes sense. Granted, WoW's been getting away with that WoW's been doing a mix of story elements and gameplay functionality because they have added so many classes in the last 20 years. Since launch, ESO has only added 3. Granted, it's all they can handle right now, but they've only added 3. Holy crap, what is going on with the latency? I swear. It is not usually this bad, I promise you that. That's not the right turn. But yeah, basically what it boils down to is, holy shit, what's going on? What
Look,
the hell?
I have this necklace and these rings. They have to be worth something.
Is the stream health okay?
I think I'll go to Dragonstar. There's an arena up there. Lots of gold for the taking.
Fighting in the arena has got to be safer than guarding the carriage.
Holy crap. Please tell me that's not what you guys are seeing. Just tell me you're actually seeing some stuff. It looks like a freaking slideshow is what I'm seeing. Gonna reload and hope that fixes things. Okay. Phew. Oh, that did not look good. Okay, hopefully... I don't know. Anyway, back to what I was saying about fleshing out the game. It's kind of... I've kind of been rambling about it, but it boils down to, I do think that this game needs to be added to in a more significant way than skill styles. Scribing, or rather scribing, not skill styles, but scribing is a good step forward. I just think that the next step is a weapon skill line. And that may not be this next expansion. That might be the expansion, 2 expansions from now. But it's gonna have to happen in the next couple years. Actually, no, it doesn't have to happen in the next couple of years. I would just like to see it happen in the next couple of years, and I feel it should happen in the next couple of years. But that's a personal thing. That's a me feeling. That's not a requirement by any means to Zos or
Tired of walking anyway.
from other players, because I haven't heard this criticism. I've seen a couple forum posts talking about adding a new weapon skills. But by no means is it the majority of opinion that we need new weapon skills. I would just like to see it. I think it would be good for the health of the game. There's definitely gaps in weapons. When, like, there are, like I said, there's pole arms, there's unarmed, hand-to-hand, pugilist, whatever you want to say. I'm sure there's other gaps like crossbows. Those probably would function too similarly to regular bow and arrow, so that would probably just be a stylistic thing or flavor thing. But they could add crossbows. There's some precedent for that with Skyrim, but that's also Dawn Guard stuff, so it's fine if they stay away from that. Especially since they've already covered the zones that would include anything to do with the Dawn Guard. Well, specifically with the Rift in the packed zones, that's pretty much been covered in its entirety, so there's not really any room for anything Dawn Guard unless they, you know, make a loading screen for it and it's just out there in the world like the Earth Forge is. So they could always do that, but they also revamped vampires and werewolves comparatively recently. It's been in the last 4 years, I think. Like I said, I came back pretty much in the middle of, or was it the middle? I don't know. At some point in the, no, it must have been after the middle. Smart Cards was already out. But I joined somewhere in the Greymoor expansion. Came back somewhere in the Greymoor expansion. So they've touched on vampires a bit more recently than they've touched on other things in the world. I sincerely doubt if they do go back to Skyrim that it's going to have anything to do with the Dawn Guard, especially since the Skyrim zones they have left is Central Skyrim. But I guess I'll talk about where they could take us in terms of the zones next. So I will show my map, if for no other reason than just to show the gaps, really. In the world map. But I will do that after I come right back. And I'm back. I'm gonna get myself back on the road. Okay, so I guess just open the map. Zoom out a bit. Uh-oh. Okay, sorry for that. You couldn't tell, I've been pretty much everywhere. That probably lags the map out a little bit. You can't really see my cursor, and I don't feel like turning that on, but you can see I'm highlighting Craglorn right now. This whole, between Craglorn and Eastmarch and Western Skyrim, this whole central section is pretty much Central Skyrim, right? That's where Whiterun is, Morthal, Dawnstar, those kinds of places. The College of Winterhold, I believe, is this nubbin right up here. So I do have a theory for what they'll do when we do go to Skyrim next. I'm gonna get out of the map so I can just talk about that. My theory for when we go back to Skyrim is actually going to be not going to be, but I theorize we're going to be learning from the Greybeards. I think it's going to be an actually very magic heavy expansion. Or actually, no, not even just magic heavy. It's just going to be a very guild heavy expansion, right? Because with Skyrim, we have, especially Central Skyrim, parts we have yet to explore, we have stuff like High Hrothgar, we have the Companions, we have the College of Winterhold, all three of which are effectively guilds, right? High Hrothgar is effectively Skyrim's Psijic Order. Obviously there's not a one-to-one there, even lore-wise they're completely separate, but functionally, for a game ecosystem, they're the same, right? So next time we go to when we go to Central Skyrim, I do personally anticipate the player character will be able to learn the Thu'um. We're going to be joining High Hrothgar, like we did with the Psijic Order. We're going to have a skill line there. I think Central Skyrim would be the best time for the game to basically revamp the Mages Guild and Fighters Guild
Move
skill
along.
lines.
This doesn't concern you.
Kind of like what they did with the Vampire and Werewolf in Greymoor. So in Central Skyrim, instead of Vampires and Werewolves, we get a revamped or expanded Mages Guild with the College of Winterhold. A revamped or expanded Fighters Guild with the Companions. A new guild with the High Hrothgar and shoot, what are they called? The Greybeards. That's just me, but I mean, I'm a Skyrim baby. In terms of the Elder Scrolls, that is my first introduction, so that's what I know best. And I see so many opportunities with Central Skyrim to expand on the game that if they do take us to Central Skyrim, which in my opinion, just for a little tangent here, in my opinion, going to Central Skyrim next is too close geographically. So I don't think we're going there. But if they do when they do take us to Central Skyrim, revamping and adding to the guild skill lines is prime real estate. There's honestly nothing better. And maybe they could give us some kind of like Dragon Priest storyline where we're obviously not Miraak, but we go to Central Skyrim to deal with something with the Dragon Priest. I mean, Markarth showed us that Lyris Titanborn is still around, and we haven't seen her or Sai since Greymoor. So right there we have our foot in the door. I took a wrong turn. Did I? I did. Yeah, so right there we have our foot in the door with Lyris Titanborn and Sai Sahan. With going to Central Skyrim, and it may Abner Tharn them. They may die. Who knows? But that's what I feel about Central Skyrim. Alright, next map section is between Alakir over here and Hughesbane and Westweald, where I'm currently at, right? Sorry, I need to make sure I was going the right direction. Oh goodness, lag. So this big empty space is Southern Hammerfell, and I don't know what they can do with that, personally. It would feel wrong to give us sword singing, not only because it's a lost art, but because even Sai Sahan only just got his Shihai. Granted, that's the foot in the door for Southern Hammerfell, is the fact that Sai Sahan does have his Shihai. He might be trying to train other Red Guards to learn how to get theirs, and through that we would be taken to Southern Hammerfell. So there's an idea there. I just don't know what else they would do aside from an in-depth Yakuden storyline, which, while I do think it has its place in ESO, I think going that far with the lore of the Elder Scrolls would probably have to wait till we actually go to Yokuda. And maybe there is no Yokuda to go to, right? Because in the lore, it's sunk to the bottom of the ocean, the continent, along with its quote-unquote left-handed elves. Which some people theorize is just regular elves that the Yakudans were staunch enemies with. And that's a fair theory. I just don't know the validity of it. But the point is that I think if they're gonna do a Yukuden storyline in ESO, it's likely going to wait until we do go to Yokuda, or do something with Yokuda in general. I don't think Southern Hammerfell is going to be that. I mean, to be honest, it might though, just because of what they did with High Isle, right? High Isle was not a mainland, or yeah, not a mainland expansion. It was an archipelago that has been referenced in the lore, and so it's not completely unfounded. But at the same time, we knew so little about it at the time that Zos could pretty much have their way with it, and that's how we got the legacy of the Bretons. So it would be fair play to make Southern Hammerfell the legacy of the Red Guards, right? Which would be the Yokudans, the Sword Singers, etc., and so on. I just don't know how they would implement that. Or rather, I just don't know what they would do with it. Where are the gaps in knowledge for the Red Guard people that we could explore? What are the locations? Because I haven't played Daggerfall, Elder Scrolls 2, so I don't know what the Iliac Bay looks like. And actually, no, we do have the Iliac Bay in ESO already. I don't know what I think it's the Abyssian Sea. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what the area north of Hughes Bane, west of Westfield, truly looks like in an Elder Scrolls game. And I don't think Zos really knows either. I'm sure they're spitballing ideas just to make sure that, you know, they cover as much as the game, or rather, as much of the world of Tamriel as possible, which I would really like to see. I would like to see the mainland Tamriel, the continent of Tamriel, fully covered before we go see any islands, nations, or anything that isn't where the video games have taken place for the last 25 years, right? Or more. I think it's more now. But yeah, ultimately, I just don't know what they would do with Southern Hammerfell beyond expanding on the Red Guards, which again, I'm all for. I just personally don't know where the gaps are. I don't know what we don't know, basically. So I guess that's a good place to move on from. So going back to my map, we have the top section of the Telvanni Peninsula, with that little set of islands off to the northeastern coast, up here. I'm gonna zoom in on it. Everything over here to the east of Vardenfell and to the north of Telvanni Peninsula. All of that so far has been untouched. I believe myself and many other people were hoping that would be the next expansion after Necrom, is exploring the tip of that peninsula. It is entirely possible that that's where we go next, just because it's one of the furthest things away from Westfield. And I'll show you the next likely option, in my opinion, after I'm done talking about the Telvanni Peninsula. But exploring that peninsula tip, I don't know what they would do with that either, except maybe actually no, I take that back. Thinking about it, thinking about what happened in Necrom, it's entirely likely that that's our next big political storyline, like dealing with politics and inter-community strife and such. Basically High Isle 2.0, but without the mysticism and magic of the druids, right? Instead, it's just Telvanni mages and helping with their quabbles with one another. Basically, I guess a micro 3 banners war with more parties, really. That's honestly my best guess for what they would do with the tip of the peninsula. I have no idea what the islands are going to be for. Maybe that's where certain Telvanni mages have their towers. That's entirely possible. So we'll probably be taking boats to and from those islands. That big one in the middle, just to show you what I'm talking about for a sweet little reminder. This one right here in the middle, I don't know what they could do with that, but that one's obviously gonna have to be more than just a boat and a tower. So there's obviously gonna have to be more than just politics going on. Maybe we could have some sort of conflict with, like, the Telvanni mages have gotten a hold of the legacy of scribing or something, and they're bastardizing it, or they're manipulating it the wrong way, and they're being abusive towards it because, well, they're Dunmer mages, and historically Dunmer mages have been pretty controlling of their magic. They are very, not scientific, but very rigid, I guess, in the way they use magic and the way they think magic should be used. So I mean, that could be the conflicts for the player to get involved in, is that they're making a mockery of Ulsild's legacy, the wife of Shalador, the Winter Queen, or whatever her epithets were, I don't remember. Which is a sad part of this expansion, is that I think, no, maybe that, I think that might be a personal thing. I think if Ulsild stuck with me more personally, I would remember her better. I just don't. But that's enough about Gold Road. To go back to that section of the map, we obviously have Solstheim up here, and I don't know if they're ever going to take us there. The fact that it's on the map at all implies to me that they will. We at some point are going to Solstheim. I don't know when, I don't know why, and I don't know what for. Because it's already been covered twice in Elder Scrolls video games. It might be the last thing they ever do, which would probably work out, to be honest. Because if we think about it a certain way, what they could do is the tip of the Telvanni Peninsula, the rest of Black Marsh, Central Skyrim, Southern Hammerfell, and then Eastern Cyrodiil before they do Solstheim. So it might be the last thing they do. It could also be the next thing they do. I have no idea. I don't think it will be, just because I don't know if it's far enough away, right? Because, excuse me, it seems with these expansions they go to the furthest place they can away from where the last expansion was, that they feel they can do justice to. For example, with Vvardenfell, right? That the Morrowind expansion was the first chapter expansion since the game's release, right? after Varden fell, they did the Clockwork City, which was still in Pact territory. So, you know, big whoop-de-doo there. But after that, they went to Somerset Isles, all the way across the continent. If you draw a straight line from Vardenfell to the Somerset Isles, it's probably one of the largest distances achievable in Tamriel. So they kind of set the precedent there with story expansions. And the next one is actually the biggest hiccup of this idea, because after Somerset, they went to Elsewhere, which is the same territory, to be honest. It's all Aldmeri Dominion. They did have that little palate cleanser of Murkmire directly after Somerset and directly before the Elsewhere chapter, but I don't know if they consider that to be enough. And even if they do, I'm not sure I would, because Elsewhere is still like the middle point between those two places, right? From west to east, it goes Somerset, Elsewhere, Murkmire. So I just don't know what they would do with the fact that they've done that and the precedent they've set, because after Elsewhere, they pretty much went across the continent again to Western Skyrim. Then after Western Skyrim, they didn't feel comfortable doing Blackmarsh, so they went to Blackwood, which is pretty much in Blackmarsh. A good section of the Blackwood story zone is encompassing Blackmarsh. With the supplementary DLC to that to finish off the year-long story, they went to a Daedric realm. So they kind of went from Tamriel to not Tamriel, but even then they go from the Blackwood story zone to High Isle, which is an archipelago of islands off the west coast of Tamriel, the continent of Tamriel. So it seems like Elsewhere was a blip, to be honest. They didn't quite have their plans set in motion just yet, so it was a bit of a blip. I'm just trying to make sure I know where I'm going. Oh. Yeah, I don't need to go up there, I don't think. I'm just gonna check real quick. I am not going to the right place. Okay. Elsewhere was I guess the black sheep of this precedent they've set and they've continued with since and before. Shoot, how far off am I? I'm really far off. I should not have gone this way. Okay, I apologize, everybody. I think I'm just gonna cut up north to get to the road and then continue where I left off. Anyway, back to the expansions. After High Isle, they go across the continent again, west to east, to get to the Telvanni Peninsula, right? So they've maintained this precedent that they set with the first two chapters, except for Elsewhere. So I feel like we can exclude Elsewhere from the discussion, because we can't use an exception as the rule, right? So since Elsewhere seems to be the only one that wasn't continent spanning, a continent spanning movement from zone to zone, we can disregard it. So I will be disregarding. And then since the Telvanni Peninsula, they could have gone all the way to southern Hammerfell, Um, but I think that because they were approaching on the 10-year anniversary of the game, and it's been like 2 years since the 25th anniversary of the Elder Scrolls as a franchise. I think they wanted to just go back to what I believe is probably the most popular game among the ESO players, which are not necessarily popular, but where most people started, which would have been Oblivion, right? So they go back to Skingrad, they go back to the Westweald, which I'm not sure was an established region before the Gold Road expansion, but it very likely could have been, very likely was, and I just don't know because I didn't complete Morrowind or Oblivion. So you could say that's another blip, but personally, I think the distance between Telvanni Peninsula and the Westweald is roughly equivalent to the distance between Northern Elsewhere and Western Skyrim. So in terms of minimum distance, I think it still qualifies. It's a bit of a gray area though. And since another problem with, or I guess not a problem, but another hitch in the established series of events, I guess, is that since Westweald is so centralized, the only furthest thing away from it is going back to the Telvanni Peninsula or going to Black Marsh. And I think, or at least I hope, part of why Westweald, or why the Athelia plotline was so short, is because they're working on Black Marsh already. They've started on Black Marsh. They're working on Black Marsh. They hope to give us Black Marsh as the next story expansion. And the way they could do that and still fit with their established scheme, I guess, is how I'm going to phrase it. That sounds weird. Oh shoot, am I going the right direction? I'm pretty sure I am. Yeah, so the best way they can stick with the established scheme after going to Black Marsh would be to do Central Skyrim, and then I think do Western Hammerfell, then go back to the peninsula, then go to Central Southern Hammerfell, and then do Solstheim or something, or maybe they'll do Solstheim when they do Central Skyrim. I don't know. But those are my thoughts on those particular setups. I took a wrong turn, but I will bridge the gap. It is fine. And speaking of Black Marsh, let's just take a look at it on the map real quick. They've got all the way from the east coast of Deshaun, or the eastern border of Deshaun, all the way south to Murkmire. They've got this whole section to add an expansion or two to the game. And the theories I've heard on why they haven't touched on Black Marsh just yet is mainly because people think they don't have the confidence to do it justice, because it's supposed to be a jungly marsh, right? It's so much tree cover, mostly wetlands, if not entirely wetlands, and people I've heard or read or just seen discussed, excuse me, I've seen it discussed that the High Isle expansion was basically Black Marsh beta. The forested archipelago was their, or not High Isle, sorry. I think Galen. Galen and Amanos are the beta tests, and even this stuff that you're seeing on the screen right now may have been a precursor to what they're planning to do with Black Marsh. So there's definitely credence to the idea that part of the reason they haven't done Black Marsh is because they didn't feel like they could do it justice until they played around with some other heavily forested, maybe a bit wetter environments. I think they did well enough with the marsh part of Black Marsh when they did Murkmire, so they're reasonably confident with that, in my opinion. Competent, not confident. I can't speak to their confidence, but I do think they're reasonably confident with the marsh aspect of Black Marsh. And given what they've done with the Wild Burn in Westweald and Ominous and Galen in Ivlon Islands, I think they are developmentally ready to do Black Marsh. Whether or not that's in the development cycle, I can't say, obviously, because I'm not a game dev. I wish. But it could be the next expansion. I do feel they're ready for that. They're ready to make that jump, make that effort, make that attempt. And I feel like they are in a lucky position because most ESO players are not, I don't think they're hardcore Elder Scrolls fans, because most, or at least when ESO came out, most hardcore Elder Scrolls fans considered ESO non-canon, right? I did myself when it first came out, because how can you canonize something that happens in a massively multiplayer environment? Although, just to put a tangent in here, the way I rationalize it is this whole Three Banners War is going to end with Tiber Septim taking the throne, right? Because if I'm remembering correctly, he did take the throne near the end of the Second Era. So basically all of E3 in Elder Scrolls lore was the ruling of the Septim dynasty, if not Uriel Septim, or not Uriel Septim, Tiber Septim himself. So I truly believe that this whole Three Banners War stuff will end with Tiber Septim ascending the throne, and it may very well be that Tiber Septim, because I've heard theories that Tiber Septim is an amalgamation of 3 separate people due to a dragon break. So what could happen is that we coalesce, the players all coalesce into Tiber Septim. Or maybe, because that's a bit contrived, maybe instead, all of the 3 people who do coalesce into Tiber Septim are vestiges from each of the alliances. Shoot, who was it? Hjalti Earlybeard, I believe, could be like Daggerfall Covenant, right? The Underking, whatever his name was. Shoot. I'll have to look it up. Yeah, I can't think of the name. But he basically, the character that is the Underking in Elder Scrolls 2 is, at least in terms of physicality, is the remains of one of the people who became Tiber Septim in some of the theory crafting circles. And then there's a third one who is a mage. But they could come from the Aldmeri Dominion, right? So the Three Banners War could end because the Three Banners become one, right? That would be a bit of a poetic way to end it, but it's also established in lore that it does end because Tiber Septim ascends to Emperor. So I fully believe that's how they're going to end ESO. Whether or not they actually do end up filling out the entirety of the map of Tamriel by the time that happens, that will be the last expansion. To do otherwise, in my opinion, would to not do justice to the game. But that's my opinion. They could do something completely different. It's not up to me. And they have their own lore experts, so maybe they've already got this planned and it's in the pipeline and they've got it developed just in case shit hits the fan and they need to shut down or something. I personally hope that doesn't happen for a good long while. Maybe, well, yeah, you know what? Maybe another 10 years. I hope it doesn't happen for another 10 years. But that's how I foresee it ending this MMO. Back to Blackmarsh. I know I kind of went on a wild tangent there. I apologize for the disorienting nature of it, but this whole stream is going to be me rambling and you watching me travel across Tamriel, so forgive me my rambling. Blackmarsh as an expansion, in terms of the terrain, they can definitely do it. In terms of the story, I have no clue. Actually, no, I take that back. They could take a Sithis route with it. We did a Dark Brotherhood expansion already. Who's to say we can't do more from that, right? Who's to say they can't expand upon the Dark Brotherhood again? And of course you could follow that logic with, oh, well, if they do that, they're gonna have to expand the Thieves Guild again, which, to be honest, fair, and I have no idea how they would implement that or where they would implement that. I guess maybe Eastern Cyrodiil is where they could implement that. But that would be such a large gap between those two guilds, so maybe not. I don't know. But they do still have plenty of Argonian tribes they can explore and even create, because I don't think the Deadwater or the Brightthroats existed before ESO did the Murkmire expansion. So they can expand on the tribes of Blackmarsh, right? That's something like they could totally do that. And I would like to learn more about Argonian culture. Obviously, as an Argonian, if it wasn't obvious, but also just as an aspiring Elder Scrolls lore scholar, I would love to learn more about Argonian culture, and I feel like with the creative liberties Sauce has been given, with things like the Hall of Colossus being broken open and it storing dragons, pretty sure that was new lore, with all of the expanded lore they gave to the Khajiit and the Elsewhere expansion, which lore-wise is honestly one of my favorites. And the stuff they did with High Isle, they totally have the opportunity to create and form what is effectively an entirely separate world that is Black Marsh. So I would just love to learn more, and I guess I could say about the same about the Red Guards, although I feel like because they are a race of humans, they have more lore about them that has been established than most of the beast races. But ultimately what I'm hoping with Black Marsh is another Elsewhere. So I suppose Black Marsh would be a good place to add a new, just to fully mirror it, would be a good place to add a new class. If they can ever fit that in somehow. Take us from 7 to 8, basically. Or do we already have 8? Let me count in my head.
Pretend you never saw me, traveler.
Or not in my head. Let me just count. So we have Dragon Knight, we have Nightblade, we have Templar, we have Sorcerer. Dragon Knight, Nightblade, Templar, Sorcerer, Warden, Necromancer, Arcanist. That's 7. I feel like I'm missing one. But yeah, anyway, Black Marsh, in my opinion, would be a great place to add a new class. I don't know what the hell they would do. I really honestly have no idea. But it's something they could do if they want to fully mirror the Elsewhere experience, because of how much information they can give the player base or the lore-loving players of the Elder Scrolls. Aside from that, I don't really have any comments on what they could do or what I would like to see them do with Black Marsh. I suppose they could implement some sort of affinity system like what WoW has with its reputation system, where we go around Black Marsh talking to all the tribes and effectively ingratiating ourselves with these people. I suppose that's an angle they can take with it. I don't know if that's the angle they're going to take with it. Yeah, I honestly have no idea. I will be right back. Hopefully have some more thoughts to share with everybody about Black Marsh. Back. I suppose. Oh, what would be cool actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is if they did implement an affinity system, but that affinity system granted like skill styles. So like we could have a weapon skill style for each tribe in Black Marsh, assuming they have enough skills or tribes. where it's just has the Black Marsh aesthetic or something. Maybe they could do that with the ultimates like they did with Shooting Star with the Monday update, where they gave the Mage's Guild, or not the Mage's Guild, the Destruction Staff ultimate its own skill style. So maybe they could do something like that. That would be cool to see. Part of this speculation is also building on the ideas they've already implemented. Just because I don't know what they're going to implement in the future, but I do know that they want their systems to be evergreen, right? Scribing, I'm sure they want to last a long time. Tales of Tribute, they add a new patron just about every expansion with some new cards and a new function. And they have to balance that. So I mean, they're adding more work to themselves, sure, but at the same time, I think they're trying to they're doing so with the best intentions, right? They're trying to make the game better. And so in that vein, I would like to also, in my speculations, build upon the systems they have established. I haven't touched on Tales of Tribute because that one's a bit more fluid. Because like with, well, I was gonna say with Westfield they could have done an Athelia deck, but that would kind of defeat the whole purpose of forgetting about her again, right? So maybe they did make the right choice or the right call with that one. But I mean, like, okay, so like with Necrom they did the Almalexia deck. If they do the point of the peninsula, they could do an Nerevar deck or something like that, because that's a historical character. Is kind of separated. He's kind of separated from the tribunal, in the essence that he's dead. So it could be an interesting way to quote unquote honor his memory. With the Black Marsh, they could do a Sithis deck. That's all about graveyard stuff or discards or whatever. With Central Skyrim, they could do an Ysgramor deck. They could do a Paarthurnax deck. They could or just a dragon deck in general, so maybe an Akatosh deck. It seems like they try to stay away from the divines, so maybe not that one. But they did a Hermaeus Mora deck, so they're obviously not gonna shy away from using Daedra. So they might do an Akatosh deck, or an All-Doing deck or something. With Southern Hammerfell, they could do no, they already did Prendar Hunting. Ooh, they kind of shot themselves in the foot with that one. I guess they're gonna have to figure out some other historical or significant Redguard character or regional Hammerfell character to use for that patron. For, I guess, Eastern Cyrodiil, they could do Mora House. I mean, they kind of already did Saint Alicia, and that has some Minotaur cards, but they could do Mora House, or they could do Pelennor Whitestrake. But I don't know, tough call. I just wanted to get the Tales of Tribute out of the way because that's not super important to the theorizing I want to do today. But it does fall in line with what I said about trying to adhere and utilize the systems they did put in place. Although, speaking of backtracking, let us check the map and see where next to go. So we've touched on Central Skyrim. We've touched on Solstheim. We've touched on the Telvanni Peninsula. We've touched on Blackmarsh. We've touched on Southern Hammerfell a little bit. So I guess all that's left is this eastern section of Cyrodiil, between Cyrodiil, the Heartland, Stonefalls, Deshaun, and Shadowfen. What they could do with that place, I honestly have no clue. Like I said, they could do a patron for Tales of Tribute that's Pelennor Whitestrip. So I guess more Ayleid stuff. They could definitely give us more Ayleid stuff. I haven't completed Oblivion, so I don't know what's over there in terms of the regions and the cities and places of interest. But I'm sure that adding more,
Off we go.
I'm trying to think of how I want to phrase this. Actually, I'll be right back. I really need a map for this one, so apologies.
Richmina will not be pleased to hear of this.
Sorry, I'm walking into a wall, everybody. Need to make sure I knew where I'm going. This was kind of a congested area. Bit hard to tell. I am gonna have to go off-road for a bit, but you'll see that when it happens. Back to what I was saying about Eastern Cyrodiil. I guess it'd just have to be Ayleid stuff, because I don't know what else they could give us. But at the same time, the Ayleids are pretty mysterious. So I guess an Ayleid expansion isn't the worst idea in the world. It might actually be pretty nice to know a little bit more about them. Although, speaking of long forgotten races or long gone races of Tamriel, for Southern Hammerfell, one of those expansions could be about the Dwemer. We could join Narelmore, or whatever his name was, and reconnect with, oh shoot, what's his name? Oh no. He was around in Greymoor, and then I think we saw him again. Shoot, where was that? No, yeah, we saw him again in Necrom. Shoot. That Dwemer engineer guy. the time traveler effectively. We could do more stuff with him. That could actually be a big plot point, is that we've been helping him out, and the in history tells him that this is going to be the biggest help we ever give him, so that could be a whole thing. That would actually be pretty cool if they did do something like that for Southern Hammerfell, because both Hammerfell and Morrowind, and obviously the sections between, were Dwemer territory for a long time, for a very, very long time. It was mostly Vardenfell, according to the lore, until the Chimer showed up, and then after they had a war, some of the Dwemer, quote unquote, threw a hammer and made a city where it fell, a la Hammerfell. That's why we have a whole dungeon called Volenfell, because Volen is the Dwemer word for hammer. If that rings a bell with anybody who thinks of a Daedric item called Volendrung, kudos to you, because that is actually a hammer of Dwemer make that Malakath basically just said mine. So I was just looking at my map, and it looks like the jump off is over there somewhere. So I guess I'm not jumping just yet, or off-roading just yet. This one may be a little long, folks. Anyway, back to the theorizing. So they could explore the Dwemer in Southern Hammerfell. They could explore the Aliens in Eastern Cyrodiil. That leaves what they explore in Blackmarsh, Argonian tribes, obviously. What they explore in Central Skyrim. I can't think of anything they would explore except the Thuum. So, you know, there's that. And then what they would explore in the Telvanni Peninsula tip. And honestly, there, the only exploration to be done would be the interconnected politics of the Telvanni house. The political subterfuge, the magical nonsense, all of that business. It would be an opportunity to reintroduce Laramil and Kidane, so they might want to give it an expansion or two in between, just to, I guess, give them the time necessary for the players to feel like development has occurred. Because obviously they're going to progress their relationship, and obviously we're going to meet them after they have progressed in their relationship, so it would be best if it didn't feel awkward for the player having just seen them what was effectively like a month ago in game time, right? Chronologically, anyway. But I think that's the rest of the mainland continent. Obviously, a lot of those places I showed are gonna have to be split up, because for instance, Southern Hammerfell is just too big. You could split that right in half and basically have two Westfields in terms of scale. They're probably going to split up Central Skyrim as well. Although maybe not if they want to do the guild revamps that I put out there. They might want to split up Blackmarsh just so that they're not overworking themselves, because that's going to be a very dense area. But Eastern Cyrodiil, they can probably do in one expansion, just like they did with Westfield. I was honestly a little surprised they did so much of Cyrodiil in one expansion. It might have fucked with the scale a bit, but again, I think they did well with what they had. So with all of that speculation out of the way, because I do also want to speculate on where to go after the continent is full, but I want to leave that, or rather, I don't want to touch on that just yet. So, after all that speculation, where do I think we're going next? Well, obviously, Southern Hammerfell is too close. With the precedent they've set, unless they are completely throwing that out the window, which I don't think they are, Southern Hammerfell is way too close. Central Skyrim is way too close. They also don't tend to backtrack, so that leaves out the Telvanni Peninsula. That they're not gonna do that. So the only other real option to keep in with the trend they've set, and to also give them effectively what is a palate cleanser, because that's what Murkmire was previously. They're going to Blackmarsh is my best guess. I wouldn't put money on it, just because, I mean, they've utilized exceptions in the past, a la elsewhere. But at the same time, we do need to see the rest of Blackmarsh at some point, and they've gotten a lot of practice in with the dense foliage and still keeping the world in a state where it feels explorable. So there's no real excuse not to go to Blackmarsh, in my opinion. But I think the next likeliest place would be the Telvanni Peninsula, just to add in a separate exception. Not that that's their goal, but like that's what would happen. Is adding in a new exception to the rule, in the sense that to go back to the Telvanni Peninsula is to backtrack, sort of, which is something they've never done before. I mean, okay. Some people might say, oh, but Vardenfell and then the Telvanni Peninsula. Yes, they've gone to the same regions in DLC content before, but the distance, not only in time but also in story, between Vardenfell, a la the Marwyn chapter, and Necrom, or the Telvanni Peninsula, a la the Necrom chapter, is so vast. But because of that vastness, it's almost not repeatable unless they save the tip of the Telvanni Peninsula for the last expansion they ever do in mainland Tamriel, which I just don't see. I feel like the last expansion for mainland Tamriel would probably be Eastern Cyrodiil, or maybe Solstheim. Eastern Cyrodiil, just because it's close to the Heartlands and it could potentially provide players that sense of closure of, oh,
The Black Sap Rebellion out of Cornwall,
we've
and its
encircled
leaders
this
on
region
trial. I
with
never thought
other
I'd see
story
the day.
content, so now it's about time we fill it up. But I could also see them going to Solstheim for the last expansion, because it gives us that one step away from the continent, right? We're no longer on mainland Tamriel, but we're still pretty close to it. However, since we're not on the continent anymore, now we can go beyond the continent to other places. But I'll touch more on other places in Nirn next, after I'm done talking about what I foresee is the next step in the ESO story. Although I have, in my opinion, reasoned out enough, or provided enough of my reasoning for why I think we would be going to Blackmarsh next. I'm like 50% sure that we are. Maybe 20% going back to the Telvanni Peninsula, just because it's such a small it's comparatively such a small region that maybe they're going to use that as a palate cleanser. But personally, I don't see it. So the remaining 25 or 30% is someplace like Southern Hammerfell or Central Skyrim. Just because they have so much more expansion to do, and with Hammerfell, it's going to be a nice rocky area, not a whole lot of foliage, comparatively easier on the design team than Blackmarsh would be. But at the same time, they have a blueprint for Skyrim already, so that would be comparatively quicker as well. Than either Southern Hammerfell or Blackmarsh. So it really seems to be like a coin flip. But 2 times out of 4, I would say Blackmarsh. Depending on what we see in the Crown Store by the end of February, we'll probably really solidify it, because by then we'll probably have a crown crate and an announcement. So I guess we won't truly know until we get an announcement about what the next expansion is going to be, because that's just the way of life. But I'm reasonably confident that we're going to Blackmarsh next. It's kind of difficult to tell. Because here's part of the thing, is that after Blackwood, I was so sure in my head that we were going to Central Skyrim soon. And here we are 3 years later, we haven't touched the damn place. But it would be a missed opportunity not to do the things I said they should, they said that I said I could foresee with a Skyrim expansion. But that's also because I don't know what kinds of revamps could occur in a Telvanni Peninsula expansion, or in a Blackmarsh expansion, or even a Southern Hammerfell expansion. And because I don't know that, I feel it gives me a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to speculation. Like, because of my gap in knowledge is so huge, it feels like anything I speculate about is almost moot, right? But I love the franchise, so I'm gonna do it anyway. Damn it. So that's where I think we're going next, is Blackmarsh. After that, it can be literally wherever. just because
My butt will be
that's
numb if we
actually
ride much longer.
that might even be a better reason than anything else I've given, is that if they do Black Marsh, from there they can go literally anywhere else. They can go to Southern Hammerfell, they can go to Central Skyrim, they can go to the Telvanni Peninsula.
If you want to be in the militia, train like it.
So it gives them the springboard and a palate cleanser, if you will. So, like, let's just put it into perspective. If they do go to Black Marsh in the next expansion, that's a palate cleanser for any other plot points and story threads that may have happened in Westfield or Necrom, right? Because we've resolved everything with Athalia, we've resolved everything that we were doing for Hermaeus Mora. All the previous expansions story threads are pretty much done. There's nothing really to address, so we can go back to a place that was a palate cleanser, and just make a year of it. Have some fun, explore some stuff. It doesn't need to be this grand overarching narrative like Necrom and Westfield was. It doesn't need to be super impactful to the game like the Greymore chapter was. It doesn't need to nostalgia bait to get its story in there like Elsewhere kind of did with the dragons and whatnot. Or Morrowind, honestly, I think was a bit nostalgia baity, just because of the way they marketed it. It's like, we're going back to Morrowind, baby, to get all those Morrowind players. So yeah, I guess I talked myself into going to 65% sure we're going to Black Marsh. The remainder is obviously back to the peninsula or split between Central Skyrim and Southern Hammerfell, just because Westfield is so centralized. They could probably get away with it if they do like the western section of Southern Hammerfell or the northern part of Central Skyrim. But I don't want to see such disjointedness again, I guess, is what I'm going to say. 1 second. Needed a drink, my mouth was getting dry. What I mean by disjointedness is pretty much the unfinished Telvanni Peninsula tip, right? We go to the Telvanni Peninsula, everybody expects us to go finish pretty much complete the peninsula, but instead we go to one of the most centralized zones in the entire continent. And it's a bit like, why didn't we finish the peninsula? Well, why not? Now we have to go back there at a later date because it wouldn't make sense to go back there after the Westfield expansion. Or rather, it wouldn't make as much sense to go there as it would somewhere else. So I just really hope they don't do that again. Because Necrom, Westfield, and honestly the whole last 2 years were so experimental for ZeniMax, I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's a one-time thing. They had to do it just so that they could get their creative muscles flowing and also keep pumping out the content for the game so that players don't lose interest and they lose money, right? Because that's part of it. It's still a business. It may be, I may love talking about the lore, but at the end of the day, it's still a business. They still have to make Elder Scrolls content. for the sake of making money, whether I want them to or not, right? I mean, I want them to make the content. Whether or not I want them to suck the money out of me is a different matter, right? Because like that new statue they released is expensive. Oh boy, that's pricey. But sorry, small tangent. But I sincerely hope that they're not going to make that standard practice going forward, leaving small sections of the map undiscovered after exploring an adjacent section. Because, and again, they're following the precedent they've set. They're just messing around with the contents of the year-long stories, taking more time to focus on quality of life stuff, which everybody appreciates. At the same time, though, if they hadn't done that, would we have gotten a Telvanni Peninsula tip story DLC, right? Would we have gotten the Markarth of the Telvanni Peninsula, basically? Or the Southern Elsewhere, or the Murkmire, or the Clockwork City, right? The smaller zone stories that supplements the year-long tale and finish off the plot threads, right? Galen, to the, yeah. The Galen to the Telvanni Peninsula's High Isle, basically, or something like that. However that makes sense. Yeah, I hope that it doesn't become standard practice, leaving an unexplored section behind because the narrative drives us elsewhere. Again, I think they did really well with how they did it with Westweald, and I completely understand why they did it the way they did. I just don't want to. I think it's the completionist in me that doesn't want to leave an area unexplored when we are literally right there to explore it, right? I'm sure some people felt that way about Central Skyrim at the end of the Markarth expansion, right? They're like, well, we're right here. Why don't we just go a little bit east, say hi to Whiterun, and then go north to College of Winterhold or whatever? Or they may have done the same thing with Elsewhere, and that's why they went back to Blackwood so quickly. Although with Blackwood, I don't know. The narrative does have to have a factor, right? Hold on. I'm gonna check the map because I don't know if I'm in the right spot. Oh boy, I have so much further to go. Okay, I am taking the right turn though. That's good to know. I'm not gonna go across the whole of Grotwood or Green Shade, by the way. It's just gonna be to Marbrook and then to Grotwood. Shoot, what was I thinking? What was I talking about? Actually, I will be right back. I just want to check on something really quick after I set myself. There we go. So I did take a bit of a long detour, which means that this trek across Tamriel is going to take a little longer than I wanted it to, but oh well. Back to what I was saying about, oh shoot, what was I saying? What was I talking about? Chat, help. Oh, well, I think I got everything off my chest about that, actually. Because I was talking about the leaving the tip of the peninsula, Telvanni Peninsula, unexplored, and how I don't want him to do that again. I'm pretty sure I've said my piece, so I can move on now. Although honestly, the only thing to move on to would be off-continent exploration. Where do I think we're going to go after we've explored the entire continent of Tamriel? I don't think I'll need a map for this one, just because where the hell was that? Oh, the dark anchor's over there. Oopsies. Well, excuse me for a second while I go back to where I just was. There we go. Just a little further. There we are. Sorry about that. After exploring all of the continent of Tamriel, I would like us to see Atmora, because that place is still there. That one, we know it's still there. It's probably a frozen wasteland, but we know it's there, right? We can't say the same for Yakuta. However, the likeliest first place we might go to that is beyond the bounds of the continent of Tamriel is probably Akavir. The only reason I say that is because in the main story of ESO, we just came out of an Akaviri invasion, right? So now that everything's...
Some people don't like the bustle of cities, but I come from a big family, so it reminds me of home.
Now that all things are quiet on the home front, a la the continent of Tamriel... Excuse me for a moment. That's what I wanted to do. Now that all things are quiet on the home front, we can go take the fight back to them, right? And they might resolve the continent of Tamriel's overarching story with having Kyber Septim take the throne. That does feel a bit like end of life though, so maybe I would personally not like to see them have Kyber Septim ascend until after the game is pretty much on its last leg. They're gonna close it down, that kind of thing. So I'd rather the Three Banners War still go on while we are going to Akavir, or just exploring beyond Tamriel itself. I don't see that, or rather, I was gonna say I don't see that happening, but that's obviously not the case. I would hope that's what happens, obviously, because that's what I want to see, like I said. But maybe Zos has a plan. I don't know what their video game design documents look like. Maybe they've had all this stuff planned out from the very beginning. They're gonna go here, there, this way, that way, and then they just make up the story as soon as they finish with the last one. But I don't know. Let's not worry about that. Let's go back to talking about where we're going after we've explored Tamriel, the mainland Tamriel, right? And I'm confident, very much so actually, that we're going probably to Akavir. After Akavir, my best guess would be Atmora, just because these are the places we know are still there. After we're done with Atmora, we might go to the home of the Slode and the Sea Elves, right? We might go to Pyandania. Actually, that one might be even sooner than Akavir, because there is the Aldmeri plotline and the ever looming threat of the Sea Elves, right? The Maormer. So we may go to Pyandania just to get it settled once and for all. We're not ready to, or we're not gonna allow you to invade our coasts. And then we go to Akavir to say, hey, speaking of not letting you invade, how about we don't let you invade anymore, right? And that would give the Pyandania would give Zos the opportunity to give us more Slode content, just because they're geographically closer to one another than they are to us. And then Akavir would give them the opportunity to have fun with character designs, right? Because then they would have the ape people, the tiger people, the Saesi, which are apparently shape-shifting human snake people or something. I don't know. It's not really clear with the lore. And then the snow, basically the Yeti people. So they can make all of those cool character designs and have some philanthropic or enigmatic merchants that are still human or Argonian or whatever, and still take our goods. I think it might all depend on where we leave off, right? Because going to the map, just because it's slightly helpful, if we do leave off in Skyrim, the quickest thing would be to go north into Atmora, right? But if we leave off in the Telvanni Peninsula, the quickest thing might be to go to Akavir. If we leave off in southern Hammerfell, the quickest thing might be to go to, or to try to go to Yokuda. There's not really an option to go to Pyandania because it's over here below, south of Somerset, like way south of Somerset, but there's still the option. So, you know, maybe that's the first place we'll go to, is Pyandania, because it's so far away. Keep with the established rule, right? Go as far away as possible from the current location. So I could see us going to Pyandania. That actually does seem a little more likely than going to Akavir. But at the same time, the Akaviri invasion is a lot. People have likely forgotten it more. That is a plot point. Even if it is just a minor one. Then they have forgotten about the Sea Elf threat, because we had High Isle with the Dreadsail Reef, and that's all Sea Elves. And then even in Elsewhere, we were dealing with some Sea Elf stuff in Southern Elsewhere. We've been dealing with Sea Elves in Somerset. We've been dealing with Sea Elves in just base game Aldmeri Dominion story zones. So, you know, the Sea Elves are very prevalent. The Akaviri are not so much, right? So, in the interest of expanding on lore, the continent of Akavir would be the next place to go. In the interest of resolving some plot, it would probably still be pain in the knee, just so that we can get the sea elves off our goddamn ass. Put it in some terse language. But yeah, so it's gonna be one of those two if we do go off the continent. I sincerely doubt we're gonna be doing any naval adventuring in the, like, naval as in oceanic. Simply because that kind of stuff is hard to program, and if they're going to try to keep the game accessible to consoles, that having that along with all of the other landmass that they've got right now is just unfeasible. Yeah, I just don't know how the heck they would pull it off, to be honest. And then there's the story. What would they even do? Like, what would be the purpose of the players going out on boats to sail in the ocean? You could just say for the sake of fun, but the rule of cool only applies so much, right? It would be cool to go sail across the ocean, but if it doesn't have longevity, why bother with it, right? Because if it doesn't have any staying power, it's just gonna become vaporware, effectively. They might as well remove it after everybody's had their fun. And then people are going to complain about it being removed, even though they weren't using it, and so on and so forth. So the ZeniMax focus on evergreen systems, I feel, is better than anything that's super novel. Now, if they could make it evergreen and, like, we could actually sail ourselves to any point in Tamriel, that would be cool. But that is, again, the power necessary to be able to do that is just not feasible for console players, let alone most people with PCs, right? Because some people still play on the lowest graphical settings because that's all their computer can handle. If they were to then expand the game so much that we can actually have open world nautical exploration, the amount of data required to even hold the game, let alone play it, would be huge. Most people, I mean, granted, a terabyte hard drive is not hard to come by anymore, but it's still a nice chunk of change. It's like $60 to $80 just for 1 terabyte, depending on what kind of drive you get and where you get it from. So for some people, that's still just unfeasible, and all they want to do is play their favorite game, right? And it'd be unfair to them to take that away. But at the same time, ZeniMax can't keep catering as hard to the console players because they still need to add more content to the game, and at some point they're just gonna add so much content that that's all people have on their Xbox or their PlayStation if they don't have an external hard drive or a separate internal hard drive, right? Am I even in the right place? I'm gonna check that on the map real quick. That's the button. Where the hell am I? I am not in the right place. Oh, crap. Well, I sincerely apologize about that, everybody. I'm going to run my way back to where I should be. This is why I was kind of using my buddy's account as a map. Should have taken a small break and gone off. I should have known when I hit this place that I had gone too far. Was hoping for this to be a bit better planned, but at the same time, beggars and choosers, and I did my best. So what else can you really ask for? Speaking of what else I can ask for. I honestly have no idea what they're going to be doing with these skill styles. Like, are they eventually going to get to the point where there's multiple different styles for each skill? Or are they going to just do one skill style for every skill and then call it good? Because for some of these skills, I mean, let's be honest. Skill style is mostly for aesthetic or RP value, right? There's no tangible effect to it beyond physical, or not physical, what did I say? Aesthetic or RP value, right? There's no other point. And I know it's taxing on some of the graphical systems sometimes, just because the game has to remember that that's different. It can't just keep showing the same thing. Although, excuse me. Although if they did have it set in a way that if you set the skill style, that's all it ever appears as for you. So like if say I had the blue barrier skill style on and then somebody else didn't, even when that somebody else uses the barrier skill, I still see the blue stuff. If they have it set to that, that would probably be better for systems, but then that's hard on the server. It's probably still hard on the server anyway, but still, I don't know. Well, damn. I think I'm out of stuff to talk about, and we haven't even gotten to elsewhere yet. That sucks. We're only halfway through. Shoot. What to do? Well, hey, look, daily quest. Why is it drumming like that? That's weird. I've never seen it do that before. I guess I've never really stared at the daily quest marker before. So maybe it's a me problem. I don't know. Once I get into this loading screen, I'm gonna go take care of something real quick. Here we go. Be right back. I guess something I could talk about is trying to expand on how I think something like a pugilist or a polearm skill line would fit or function in the game. Although, unfortunately, I'm not a game maker, so I don't have the coding background to be able to say whether or not it will work. Just that I would like to see it, and I know that it is possible by the fact that Guild Wars has done it, right? Guild Wars 2, with their expansion that I believe recently just launched, today, in fact, judging by my Steam special offers, they added spears to their weapon catalog, So I know it's possible to add at least pole arms. Now, for ESO, it would probably also be limited to just spears, because I don't think there's a precedent for having a halberd or a pole axe or anything else that is a pointy metal piece on the end of a long stick. But even if it is just a spear, I feel like there's so much we could, as players, so much we could do with that, because then, mostly because it's mid-range, right? You have your short-range stuff like your battle axes or your two-handed or even just sword and board, and then you have your long range like your bows and staves. But there is no mid-range, and I think the spear would be the perfect mid-range option for a lot of people, just because sometimes, like, let's use the Dreadsail Reef trial as an example. For the last boss in that trial, in case anybody hasn't played it or tried it yet, there's this one mechanic where you get mind controlled effectively by some Nereids, right? And these Nereids will make you walk into the center of the combat arena, where you will pretty much automatically die, because it's just too much damage. It's basically a whirlpool under this. Hold on, is this Maik? Is Maik in? Oh my god, Maik is in elsewhere. I have to talk to him.
Some doors, when opened, cannot be shut again. This is why windows are better options.
Okay, what other nuggets of wisdom do you have for me?
Necromancers focus on raising the dead. Maik wonders, why not raise crops instead?
Okay, alright. One more?
We've met? It must have been this one's brother, Maik the Fibber.
Very funny, man. Alright.
You have heard that the Khajiit love naps, yes? So does Maik. Though maybe Maik is napping now, and this conversation is but a dream, hmm?
There he goes, talking about the Godhead again.
You have heard that the Khajiit love...
Alright. That's done. I'll leave it alone now.
Let's ride!
I'm sorry, I don't even remember if Maik... when I was playing through elsewhere, if he ever showed up, so I had to take the opportunity. He must have, because he's an achievement in most of the story zones for the base game. But, man, throwback. What was I talking about? Pole arms, right? With the Dreadsail trial, like I said with the final boss, it pulls you into the middle where there's a whirlpool that kills you. For some combatants, at least what I've seen, I know the hitbox is a bit far, so you can be a close range combatant and still hit it without being like right up to the edge of the whirlpool, but it would be infinitely better, in my opinion, for fights specifically like that to have the polearm option where you can be comfortably farther away from the enemy while still doing damage. And with that specific fight, you could go from mid-range to long range, right? Where you could switch between spear and bow. Or let's say it's a fight that's in an enclosed space that's pretty small. Trying to think of an example. It would probably be mostly world bosses, where you want some distance but not enough distance to go long range, so you go from two-handed to spear, right? The versatility of the spear in a game like ESO would just provide so many more options for combat preferences. Because sure, some people are going to be sticklers to what's worked for them and only do close range and long range, right? But that's their choice, right? So what if people want the mid-range option? They don't have anything until we get a spear. Once we get a spear, then people can do mid-range stuff as well as longer short-range stuff, and I don't know, it just feels like it would fit so much better than not having it. And to be honest, it'll give us something to use our skill points on, because those are rapidly running low. I did the math like 2 expansions ago or something. Pretty sure it was 2 expansions ago with Blackwood or High Isle. And I think there was like 60 or something skills left, and we get like 20 skill points with each new expansion. So without a new skill line, we're going to be running out of things to use our skill points on relatively soon here. And maybe they mathed it out perfectly and that's not the case, but in the case that I am right and we are running out of things to use our skill points on, a new weapon skill line or 2 would be the perfect thing, right? Because that's new passives as well as new skills and new morphs. And you obviously can't morph scribed skills. That it just wouldn't make any sense. You created those, you augmented those yourself. You would have to somehow morph the grimoire as well as the scribed skill, which just won't work. So there's nothing to use your skill points on there. And I myself was such a skill point hunter that I'm at to the point that one of my armory, one of my free armory slots is basically just my character with every passive and every base form of every skill, right? And the fact that I can do that, so that I mean, that's a good thing in my opinion, just because that means I don't have to go to a skill changing shrine and spend a whole lot of gold, or get a skill respect scroll to change around my skills. But the fact that I have enough skill points to be able to do that and then still morph a lot of skills afterwards shows to me that we're starting to run low. We're not there yet, obviously. We probably still have 2 or 3 expansions to go before it becomes a really pressing issue, but again, a weapon skill line is just the best way in my mind to start to remedy that problem, that potential issue, as well as enhance the enhanced player experience through versatility, basically. And then I kind of already touched on it with the pugilist or the unarmed skill line, but if you do hand wraps, and then you make them hidden, oh goodness, lag, which, I mean, that's another thing they could add at some point, more hiding gear. They already have hiding helmet and hide your shoulders. Why not hide your belt or hide your shoes or hide your weapon, right? So for unarmed, they could add that. So there's something for people to spend their tickets on. Their event tickets. Or you could just leave them be and then color them a specific way, and there you have it. The problem with the hand wraps that I foresee is that it will not be easy to implement into all of the other sets. Well, actually, would be the same problem with the pole arms as well, is implementing these new weapons with all of the what was it, like 80 something crafted sets and then 100 other non-craftable item set. Luckily the world drops would be easy to get, but they'd have to come up with the styles for at least the spear. They don't need to come up with styles for hand wraps. It's just cloth to ease the punches, right? But I don't know. I feel like I've already talked him to death, so there's not really much more I can add to the unarmed and the spear skills that I've proposed without knowing more about the back end of the video game, right? I don't know how the math works. I don't know how hard it is to design these things. I don't know how hard it is to put the spear and hand wrap items into the classes that they have set up, coding wise classes, or the I'm pretty sure it's class. Anyway, I wouldn't have the slightest idea of how any of that works, but at the same time, I feel like it would behoove us to at least contemplate the addition of pole arms and an unarmed skill line. Partially because in every Elder Scrolls game except for ESO, unarmed is a viable combat option. Hand-to-hand combat is a viable thing to do. As I mentioned previously with Morrowind, the spear is a viable weapon option. It's obviously not available in Oblivion or Skyrim, but it is there and it exists, so you know, why not bring it to ESO? It takes place before the events of Morrowind anyway, so that would, if for some reason spears became illegal after the game of Morrowind, it would make sense that at least ESO would still have spears, because that wasn't law yet. I don't know. And we've seen some spear-like stuff with some of the Javelineers, like the Suns. Or I don't know if there's any Sunspire Javelineers, but there's some Templar, I believe it was their class, NPCs or enemies really, that have I guess over here, that have javelins in their arsenal. So what's stopping us from having spears, other than javelins are kind of a niche weapon and only used by NPCs in the first place? And I mean, if that's the best argument you've got for why you shouldn't add, or why spears shouldn't be added, then frankly, I don't think that's enough of an argument at all. I don't recognize that door. I don't remember it. Kind of want to go look at it, but I'm on a mission. I have a mission. Follow through. I guess I could touch on, because I've put a lot, obviously, as I mentioned, I'm a Skyrim baby. So I've put a lot of thought into how things, well, not exactly how they would change, but how to implement changes in the next Skyrim expansion if they want to go the route of guilds. That's going to be the big gimmick, is that we're expanding upon and adding to guild quests or guilds, guild skills, right? So the College of Winterhold has been around a long time, right? Obviously not since the first era.
Safe for travel these days, but I still hate nasty, smelly swamps.
Sorry, I have to stretch a lot for some reason. Where was it? Crap. Keep losing my train of thought. With the Mages Guild, like the College of Winterhold. That's right. College of Winterhold has been around a long time. Obviously not like as long as the Mages Guild, since that's been around since the first era, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know if they have an actual establishing date. And for all we know, it might have been established in the second era, by Gabrielle, or some Nord mage like Shalador or something, but obviously not Shalador because he's got Ivea. So we could have either the creation of the College of Winterhold or learning from the College of Winterhold how to do certain magical feats differently, if that makes sense. Hold on, I'm gonna check my map real quick. Okay, I'm on the right track, I believe. Oh, lag. Apologies, everybody. Can't control the lag as much as I wish I could. Holy crap. So yeah, we could have the whole storyline of Central Skyrim being the creation of the College of Winterhold, or learning from the College of Winterhold on how to augment or utilize Mages Guild skills in a different way, or just different Mages Guild skills. Because it doesn't need to become its own guild, but it's another magical institution where people can learn and explore their magic. And I will be right back. All right, just in time, it looks like. Yeah, so they could take that angle with the Mages Guild. As for the Fighters Guild, I don't know. It's kind of tough because the whole mission of the Fighters Guild is to fight Daedra, right? It's to repel any Daedric incursions and just generally fight off any Daedric forces in Tamriel. Or at least that was the whole point of the Fighters Guild in ESO so far. Whereas the companions don't really do that so much, or at least they don't focus on it. They still fight threats to Yorvaskr and Whiterun and the people of Skyrim as a whole, but they aren't focused on the Daedra as much as the Fighters Guild seems to be, right? And as a result, I don't know where they would go with the expanding the Fighters Guild through the companions. My best theory for doing that, something like that, is to, I guess, give us some companion only skills, or and the story component there could be like because in Skyrim the inner circle of the companions was werewolves, right? So we could have a whole setup of we watch the first harbinger to become a werewolf, and that's who we follow through that storyline. So there is that, I guess, Daedric element to it, so we could be introduced to the companions through the Fighters Guild as an adversarial force, before we become a friendly entity between us and the companions, or rather, so we start as enemies and then we become friends, basically, is what I'm getting at. And then from there, the companions just teach us fighting techniques or special fighting techniques that either augment or add to our current Fighters Guild repertoire. And where the Fighters Guild skills are mostly about control on the battlefield and making sure that well, mostly control, really, because they've got the barbed or the beast trap skill and the silver leashes skill, and then there's the camouflage. So it's a lot of hunting, I guess, except for the Dawnbreaker ultimate and the, oh goodness, what is it? Shoot. What's the skill? The Ring of Protection or something. So it's I guess it's the best thing to categorize it is it's the survival skills. So the companions could teach us, I guess, some skills along that vein, but are more combat focused, like damage focused.
What do you say we try some of the local fare?
And I'm gonna be passing through Leowin here, just because it's the shortest route I can think of. Won't be going through Gideon, I'll be going around it, but you know. And then ultimately, the pinnacle of any Central Skyrim guild quests or storyline, in my opinion, would be with the Greybeards at High Hrothgar, right? Because we weren't able to access them through Iverstead in the Rift, simply because it wasn't a part of the scope of the original content for the game. But there's no reason why we can't explore that avenue of things when we do get to Whiterun, or the rest of Falkreath, I guess. Hold, I mean, not the city like we have in the current ESO dungeon. Yeah. I don't know, I envision the Thuum. It was so integral in Skyrim. To leave it out of ESO in its entirety, I don't feel would be proper, especially since we already joined the Sijic Order. We already have a precedent of joining esoteric, long forgotten, or mysterious conglomerations of people, right? We're apparently members of the Sijics. We're members of the Mages Guild, the Fighters Guild. We have siege warfare experience. We can breathe fire like dragons. We can call down the light like the divines. We can raise the dead like fucking Molag Bal or some shit. We can control animals like a hunter in WoW, if not more accurately. We've got the stealth capabilities. We've got the magic side of things in two aspects. We've got Daedric magic and just general education magic, I guess, is the sorcerer. So I mean, the game's already pretty wild in terms of content and context. So adding in the Thuum as the repertoire, as a part of the repertoire for the Vestige, doesn't seem that far-fetched in my head. But then I guess would come the question of balance, right? How would you balance it? And my theory on how it could be well balanced is to honestly just make it a bunch of ultimate abilities, because you don't want to take away from the power it has in lore, right? You don't want to remove the power of the Thuum to just make it any other skill, especially since it's the power of your voice. It doesn't need to be on your hotbars, right? Beyond the ultimate skill slot.
I can't believe this. Is it really you?
So if they do add a Thuum skill line into the game, it's going to be less of a line and more like a bunch of branches, because like I said, a bunch of ultimates. The best way to do it in my head is to just make the Thuum, all of the Thuum skills, just a bunch of ultimate abilities. And you can just reuse the ones that we've seen in Skyrim, like Marked for Death or Unrelenting Force. They kind of already have that knockback animation in ESO, so I guess they could just add a push to it so that it pushes the opponent back and knocks them back. Obviously not too far, but some amount of distance. But I don't even know what the passives would be. I guess they would just well, I guess one of the passives could be knowledge, like shout knowledge. So if you have a shout, you automatically know, if you have the passives for it, the next two words to that shout. And I mean, you could have that. Honestly, I would be satisfied with that being bulk of the story content for Central Skyrim being the High Hrothgar stuff. Because, I mean, in Skyrim, you have to go to dragon burial mounds to find the words written in stone. And while the dragons may not be there in ESO time, who's to say that the word walls won't, right? So if the word walls are still there, we can still learn the words of the shout from them. It would have to be more of like a realistic way of doing so than just standing there and absorbing the word, like the Dragonborn does in Skyrim. But it's still feasible to take words off the word wall to expand your shout, or learn a new shout rather, since that's what it would be mostly for. And maybe there's some Daedric influence or something, like I don't even know who to select for it. Maybe Periite has brought a pestilence upon High Hrothgar, so they need to learn a specific shout, but to learn it, only one of the sages knew it, and he died of the pestilence, so we need to go retrieve the words, and bring the words back to High Hrothgar so that one of the other sages can learn it, or they can all learn it and then heal themselves. I mean, I'm just spitballing. That's just an idea. I don't know if I'd necessarily like to see that. They could probably do it better and it'd be fine. But yeah, that's about it for, that's about all I've got for the idea of using the Thu'um as a guild. As much as to move on to potential ideas for what they would do with Southern Hammerfell, I would really rather they didn't do sword singing, but at the same time, I don't know what else they would do, right?
Experience the thaumaturgical prowess of a master.
The Hammerfell is the home of the Redguards in modern day Tamriel, so it would make sense for us to maybe help Sai learn more about the Shihai, but I don't want, I wouldn't want us to get the class of sword singer, right? Or I wouldn't want us to become sword singers in our own right in any way, shape, or form, because it's in lore, it's an inherently Redguard ability. So if me as an Argonian was to go to Southern Hammerfell and be able to learn the theories and the skills of the sword singers, that would feel wrong ultimately. So if they ever do Southern Hammerfell, or well, they will at some point, but when they do a Southern Hammerfell expansion, I sincerely hope they won't touch on sword singing beyond maybe a plot point. Like maybe we help Sai learn more about his abilities, or maybe we help him in efforts to teach his people about their heritage, so that they can reclaim their Shihai, just for it to get lost again by the time of Elder Scrolls 3 or whatever, or even 2, honestly, or even Arena, to be perfectly honest. But you could say the same about a lot of the skills. Like the Arcanist, I don't think was a Hermaeus Mora affiliated class in most other Elder Scrolls games. So, you know, they're taking creative liberties with some of these things, and that's fine. I'm going to take about a half hour of silence just to rest my vocal cords and to put together some more thoughts about stuff like Black Marsh or the Tivalani Peninsula, or maybe even more southern Hammerfell stuff. I'm still going to be here, so if I see anybody in the chat, I will be responding to them, but I will be taking at least some amount of time for my voice to recover, because oh boy, it's hoarse.
I bet the stable masters love taking care of that one.
You know, there is something nice about doing this in complete silence. Maybe I should make a YouTube video or something. Just doing a silent trek across Tamriel. Obviously, either without Miri or a companion, or severely reducing their voice line frequency. But there's something nice about doing it in silence. If I do a silent version, it'll be its own YouTube video. I won't stream it. I won't put you guys through this again. Apparently somebody's got a spot. It's a nice spot. This is a nice place. Nice lake. So I get it. We are just about to enter packed territory. So we are just over halfway done. I believe elsewhere was halfway because you'll see why. Part of how I'm going to end up in Solitude instead of Markarth, or how I'm going to even get to Western Skyrim in the first place. But I will be right back. That was a much quicker loading screen. Usually takes longer. So, just to fill the silence, I am going to talk about my future. Or rather, the stream's future. Excuse me. So, obviously, without any more story content to cover, there's very little to do on stream. So, I was thinking I was gonna do one of two things. Either, or maybe I'll do them both and I'll just, I don't know, that's not just the different points in time. Either I go trophy hunting because I am still missing some of the collector achievements, like the Wamasu that we saw. I still need their bile guilt or their zapping spine or something like that. And then I still need some stuff from Netch. That's probably the bile guilt. Oh, I took the wrong turn. Okay, hold on. I need to check the map. The one I'm looking at is not helpful. Okay. I need to go this way. And then, or I can beat my head against the wall trying to get the veteran Maelstrom Arena achievement. I somehow have every achievement for Vatishran Hollows. I'm just missing the one for Maelstrom Arena, and that's annoying. But I could do either one of those. I still have the Dragon Star Arena achievement to get, but I think that's because I've only ever run it in Vet, or completed it in Vet, so I might just do that solo. Well, I could put that on stream. I might do that on one of these streams or something. But yeah, at this point, I do feel like all that's left for me to do is really document me farming, because there's not much else interesting going on that I can document. The story's done. Scribing quest is done. Till they put out new narrative content, I'm pretty much done as an ESO story streamer. Now, that will not always be the case, because I do have another plan in the works. I can't say when it'll happen. I can't say if it'll happen. But I am working on something for myself in the background. I might do some streams with that just to hopefully build up a viewer base. If not, oh well, it's fine. Beggars and choosers and whatnot. But I would like to talk to more people about Elder Scrolls lore. I love it so much, and I don't know many people who do.
Help me.
And it'd just be nice to get to know more people who I can talk to. Some of these paths are interesting and difficult to see on a smaller map, so I apologize if I take some wrong turns. It should be much better once I get out of Shadowfen, but Shadowfen is a bit of a nightmare for this track. It is quite long. I do think I took a long way around, though. If I'm remembering correctly, I did it. I in fact did take a long way around. But oh well. Such is life, right? I'm gonna let my voice rest some more. There really is something relaxing about doing this trek in silence. If I do make a YouTube video about it, I might not even include the visuals. I might just put some art piece up and just let the audio play on its own, because something calming about it, that's for sure.
Quality and variety. Come see for yourself. The Dark Elf Saint Veloth. His spirit apparently lingers at his shrine. I find that rather disturbing.
Holy lag, Batman. How you know I'm entering a place with a lot of players, because there's lag abundance. I'm almost to Deshawn. Then it's gonna be another long trek. In fact, Leaving Blackwood might have signified half of this journey's completion because of how far I have to walk into Sean and Stonefalls. But I will be right back again. About some of these open air transitions, they don't dismount you. It's gonna be another one when I go to the Rift from Stonefalls, and I think a third when I go from the Rift to Eastmarch. There would be another one between Deshaun and Stonefalls if not for the Telvanni Peninsula. I guess I could talk about regions I didn't hit in the meantime, while I'm talking, or while I'm traversing through Deshaun. I did not travel to Southern Elsewhere because there is no footpath that allows you to go there. I did not go to Murkmire for honestly the same reason. It may look connected on my map, but there's a big gap there. Sort of the same with Northern and Southern Elsewhere. On my map they're connected, but in reality they have a small gap. I looked into it and it's some sort of forest, which the fact that they didn't make that lends credence to the idea of they weren't comfortable with an overabundance of nature. I mean, look at this place. This is pretty desolate. Even Greenshade and Grotwood were relatively spread out, even though that's supposed to be a forest. So they've been practicing with a dense foliage lately. Hopefully we'll get that forest. They might honestly end off the continent of Tamriel with a bunch of just small explorable places that were just little spots on the map. And that, honestly, that would probably be pretty fun. That might be their quote-unquote nautical expansion. It's like you take your boat to all of the places that wasn't really given its own limelight, as it were. If you couldn't tell, we're in Mournhold now. There's a bunch of carts take you off to different expansion locations. It's looking like Deshaun's actually going to be relatively quick, as long as I don't get into any combat or run into any issues. Back to places I didn't go. I didn't visit Hughesbane for the same reason. I didn't visit Southern Elsewhere in Murkmire. Ardon for, again, the same reason, no footpath. I think Somerset Isles and Vardenfell for obvious reasons. the starter islands for the Daggerfall Covenant and the Altmary Dominion. And the first starter island for the Ebonheart Pact, I will also skip because, again, islands, no footpath. One that may not make as much sense is skipping the Alakir Desert. The reason I skipped that is because it's mostly a detour. I could have done it. It would have required me going through a player house, but I could have done it. I would completely understand the idea that I should have, but at the same time, it just would have been a waste of time because I would have been in and out in like 2 seconds. Because I don't want to go into the desert just to loop back to a place everybody's already seen before, you know? So maybe when Southern Hammerfell comes out and they have a footpath between Westweald or Craglorn and Southern Hammerfell, which also somehow has a footpath to the Alakir Desert, maybe at that point I will do not the whole trip again, but at least the Daggerfall Covenant part. Obviously ending in Westweald just to show that it would still work the way I've done it. Also, part of the reason why I didn't go to the Alakir Desert is because I honestly forgot about the player house until I just mentioned it. Either way though, it, like I said, it would have been a quick in and out sort of affair. Not really interesting at all. Barely qualifying for this trek across Tamriel. Unless I wanted to spend like an extra half an hour walking through empty desert. Which I could have done. I just didn't feel it was fair to you guys. And actually, I'll show you what I'm talking about right now. Because with the release of Westweald, they provided us with a house in Bankerai. Connected to Holland Stand, I thought. Is it not? No, it must be. Yeah, it's right down here. This, just east of Howler's Nook. Excuse me, I need to check the stuff. Sorry. So in Bankerai, it's south of Holland Stand, just east of Howler's Nook. You can see the path walking to it. But it would take us through Sword Singer's Redoubt into the Satakalam. But I mean, look at this. This is not anything fun. I mean, I could go south out of the entrance of Satakalam or into Kazanset and then walk around. Oh, excuse me. Oh goodness, I apologize. I am not doing this very well. Down through Kazanset, south, passing Shrike's Airy Way Shrine, passing the Wallenfeld Dungeon, and just loop back around. But that's literally just looping around a dolmen. That's not any sort of interesting. So I feel like I'm sparing you guys some boring scenery by skipping that particular zone. I mean, it's great that they put that player house there, because now people who have done the Alakir Desert can just saunter on over to Bankerai to do any zone quests they need to do there. But it did not serve the purpose I needed it to for this trek, so I didn't use it. this section's a bit tricky because the footpath takes me through some clan fear infested areas. And speaking of, I don't want to attract those guys, so I'm gonna squeeze past here. Squeeze past here. Hopefully get past that clan fear. Get turned around. Barely past the clan fear. To those of you wondering why I'm so far east in Deshaun, I'm including the Telvanni Peninsula in my trek. It's not going to be a lot of it, but it's going to be the section that takes me to that's not Balfoyan. For those of you who don't know where the Telvanni Peninsula door to Deshaun is, you might find this interesting. Because I don't think it would be where you would think it is. I don't think it is where you would think it is, rather.
That mount of yours can sure move. I might need to get a new one soon.
You're on the same mount, Miri. Part of what I meant about the companion commentary. Not helpful all of the time. Okay, gotta squeeze past these guys. I don't want combat. Just here on a stroll. Right here. Not that door, that's a delve. But if you just keep going past it. Pretty sure this path didn't used to be here. It used to be just cutting off the end of the land with water outside of that delve. But it's here now, and we can walk our way to the Telvanni Peninsula. I will be right back.
Tired of walking anyway. If I come up with any ideas about the future story or any ideas about the future expansion, I'll be sure to let you guys know. Because that's part of the point of today's stream, is to talk about that. And I feel I've been awfully quiet since about 30 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago, but sort of out of things to talk about in that regard, and my voice was getting hoarse, so it was just a better outcome for everybody, I think. I'm gonna check the map real quick, because yes, I am in the wrong section. I need to go this way. Sorry, I thought I knew where I was going in here. It's pretty straightforward if you know where you're going, but almost missed a turn. Again, sorry about the lag, buddy. Pretty sure it's this way. Don't want to cross the path of that thing. So while I'm here, I'm going to check the map. It is not that way. Okay. A little bit further up this path, and then I break off. Yeah. Yeah, break off here. Suppose I could have broken off over there, but oh well. There was a seeker in the way. I didn't want to deal with that. If I do this trek again for a video, I am also going to make sure I don't have any quests in progress for any group members, so that it's a nice clean empty UI, because I know that can be I was gonna say displeasing, but I don't know if it's as much displeasing as it is unimmersive. I think after I'm done with the trek through Stone Falls, I'm gonna go grab some lunch. I'm not gonna be too far away, so I can still trek through the rift, but just warning you ahead of time that there's not gonna be a whole lot of talking while I trek through the rift. It's
gonna be a short one anyway. Shouldn't be a problem. Just putting the information out there. I will be right back. Sorry about that. Apparently the packed zones are quick loading screens. I'm pretty sure the Stone Falls track is going to be one of the longest ones, just because I have to literally go across the whole thing, to be honest. I mean, there's a short way and a long way, but it saves like maybe 5 minutes. And I'm sure the lag won't help.
Some people don't like the bustle of cities, but I come from a big family, so it reminds me of home.
And again, I am going to continue apologizing for the lag. There's not a whole lot I can do about it. Using the internet I can get within my means, you know? Now, I did do a practice run of this about a week ago or so, and this upcoming section, I got pretty lucky with the shawl. It looks like I might be able to do that again. Just squeeze on by. That's too tight for me. So. Trying to bob and weave. The starter zones definitely seem to have been a learning experience for ZeniMax Online Studios, or ZOS as I've been referring to them so far, because in any of the expansions they leave the main roads clear, or at least in most of the expansions, but in the base game zones, not so much. Just about one road in each zone is not fully safe, or in each alliance is not fully safe. The zones by and large are fine, to be honest. Gotta be honest, the Stonefall section of this trek is not nearly as auditorially pleasant as the rest of it.
All who worship the Lord, Mother, and Wizard are welcome in Ebonheart.
I don't need much.
Oh, that's another thing I could stream. I could stream my fishing in my adventure to get Master Angler. Although that purple fish in Craglorn's been giving me some trouble, so maybe that won't be quite so entertaining. It's gonna be a lot of Craglorn for a lot of streams. So I'll probably save the purple fish and Craglorn for a personal achievement, not publicize it. You can let me know in the comments or via Twitter what you guys think of that idea. Around 4 minutes ago, I thought it might have taken me 3 minutes to get past Vivek's Antlers, that big coral reef that we just passed. Misjudged it by a minute, but not too terrible. Approaching the sulfur pools. Oh, did I miss a turn? I think I did. Or rather, I didn't. Well, yeah, no, that would be missing a turn. I say I didn't take a turn, which
Here's the same thing. Although apparently not. Apparently I'm fine. Didn't look like there was a turn to have taken. You see a little snow on the peaks of those mountains. Definitely tells you that there's Skyrim over there, that's for sure. Got some pop in for some more snow. Going a little bit off-road here, just because this is quicker. Yeah, quicker. Part of the reason I wanted to go on this trek is because of all the nostalgia I get from these base game zones. When I walk through, sometimes I remember the quests I was on. Or really, not really the quests I was on, but I guess my being here. I remember being there and doing things there. I like to reminisce a lot. I don't know what that says about me, but there it is.
about halfway up here, it's going to transition me to the rift. Yeah, right there.
Off we go.
So, once I get past this fort, I will start preparing my lunch and leave you to the silence. Didn't know where that saber cat was going. Should be a relatively straight shot once I get past this barricade and then past the skeletons. Which I don't see. Probably because that player... Nope, never mind. There they are. Had to respawn. Now, I shall verbally leave you. Again, I'll still be here guiding the character. It's just, I will be silent.
Selling, trading.
Let's not get separated. I'd rather not be alone in this place. Let's ride!
Sorry, everybody. My lunch is taking a bit longer to prepare than I anticipated. I'll still be here, but I will also still be making my lunch.
particular section is quite windy, so I'm gonna be here for a bit, even though my lunch is not ready completely. It's taking a lot longer to prepare than I thought it would. Oh boy. Maybe traveling through the Rift in East March was taking a lot less time than I thought it would. One of those is true. The lag certainly is not helping. For those who don't know, you can get down to Blackreach through a door, a hidden door in a house up here. That's why I passed East March, or not East March, Windhill. not the most obvious thing in the world either, so... Actually, it may not be this house. No, it is not this house. I apologize. I stopped way too soon. I'm gonna get back down here, because I actually need to go this way. I thought it looked wrong. There's not usually supposed to be somebody outside. The entrance is actually in this house up here. Nice and abandoned, just the way I remember it. It's gonna be back here. Follow the blood trail. And it's not entirely obvious, but you have to go to the far end. There's lone dresser right here. Secret entrance. I do think can't mount in this section. So I will allow myself to run, just so that it's not wasting anybody's time. This particular part of Black Reach also isn't tremendously interesting, and it requires a lot of combat to traverse. So I'm kind of hoping to just speed past whatever combat needs to happen. I'm probably gonna ignore the first few enemies just because I don't want to have to deal with that. Although it's looking like somebody might have come in through here before me, because there's some dead creatures on the ground. Yep, look at that. There's somebody who came in here right before me. I'm not doing exactly how I would have, so I will need to do some amount of combat. But it should be quick. I want to make this section quick because of the combat that doesn't need to happen, or that I don't want to have to showcase, rather. So I'm going to be dodging as much as I can of it, which honestly will probably not be a whole lot. Hold on. I'm going to need a map. Okay. It is this way. If I could, I would have just taken an invisibility potion, but I didn't make it, so combat it is. Oops. That's not what I wanted to see. And then I think if I hug the water here, I'll pass, maybe? And you just gotta get some Nern
Nice
root.
hole.
Yes, okay. So if you hug the water, you can pass right on by. Let me just double check. I know where I'm going. Okay, so it's gonna be this right path, which is gonna require a little more combat.
It's all in your head. Keep fighting.
Okay. Now, I'm pretty sure it's the door up there. Yes. That just takes you to some ruins in East March. That is not helpful because we are trying to go to Black Reach. And this section of Black Reach will allow me to mount, so I will do that and go back to walking. I will be right back. We go. Now we're ready. This is the section of Black Reach that is under Western Skyrim. I will not be exiting to Western Skyrim through here. Instead, I will be exiting through Markarth. Or, yeah, I will be exiting Black Reach in Markarth, which I will show you how I'm going to get to through this track. Sorry about the combat, it had to happen.
don't want to hurt you, but now I'm going to.
Looks like it took a wrong turn, but there's multiple ways through Blackreach, so this should be sufficient for the time being. I apologize, it's not on the mount, but should be back to that shortly.
You lead.
Oh goodness, lag. I think I'm approaching the main Blackreach settlement right now. Indeed. It's just downstairs and to the west of here.
Those tremors and shakes, I heard it was a vampire ritual of some sort in the northern caverns.
That's it. As soon as I can get out of this contract, I'm leaving this place.
Some of my Dark Elf friends are still upset that St. Velof's shrine was attacked, and by one of their own, no less.
Off we go!
I think I will have to do some combat here, but it should be pretty quick. And I may be wrong. Yes, I am wrong. Okay, so I didn't have to do that combat, but I did it. So bygones and whatnot. I will go down here. There's the door I want. I'm going to try to bypass the Wisp Mother. So, alternate route this way, I think. Maybe not. Sorry. Last time I did it, I did just take care of the Wisp Mother because I didn't want to deal with it. But this time I'm gonna try to go the enemy-free route.
Who taught you to ride? A book?
We won't be in here long because the exit is relatively close. But this is the section of Blackreach that is under Markarth. Sorry. I'm searching a little bit because I don't quite remember the way up. Oh, there it is. If I remember correctly, there will be combat through here. But if I don't want to take an elevator, I don't have any other choice. So well, looks like I have to take an elevator either way, so my mistake. But this will at least put us out in Markarth City, I believe. I might need to double check that, because I was reasonably confident and now I am not. It will, but it's a lot of combat, so I'm gonna take a different elevator. Apologies for the slight waste of time, everybody. Actually, this one might take me just straight to Markarth. No, it won't. Never mind. So, the elevator, I believe, is on the other side of this gorge. Gonna let the horse go for a second. Let it take us to where we need to go, which should be right about here. There is another elevator that would give us more time in Markarth Hold, but I'm not here for the scenic route. I'm here for the completion of it.
So it won't show us all of Markarth, but we'll still see plenty of Markarth. Or the Reach, sorry. Markarth, the city is behind us. It's gonna be hard to see, but it's there. That should be the path to Western Skyrim. Just gonna take a second to verify that. Okay, looks like I was wrong. Markarth is in front of us, and the path to Western Skyrim, I'll get there eventually. I have no idea what's going on up there, but I'm gonna leave it alone. And since Markarth is in front of us, that means we will likely see it at some point once we get past all of the mountainous terrain. And then once we get onto a main road, we're at the final stretch. There's the city of Markarth. Or at least one of the towers. Up at the top right, I think you can see Skyhaven Temple. Contrast between a place like Markarth and the plains of Whiterun is going to be interesting once they actually put it in the game.
all this rocky mountainous terrain right next to a sprawling plain, a field of plains. And here we are. The gate to Western Skyrim. I will be right back. All right, final stretch. Yeah, ultimately, I'm really excited to see where this game is going to go. The story specifically, and what lore they're going to add. Like I said in the first half of the stream, I'm reasonably confident we're going to Black Marsh next. It's a smaller chance, but an almost equal chance that we're going to back to the Telvanni Peninsula to finish out that spot. Then an even less likely chance that we're going anywhere else. So that's my thoughts. In the far future, we're probably gonna get, or at least I hope we're gonna get something like a pugilist skill line or a polearm skill line, spears specifically if they're so inclined. And yeah, I'm really enjoying what the ZOS team is doing with the Elder Scrolls so far. Looking forward to seeing a lot more. And I'll let you ride the rest of this journey out in silence. Almost. I am going to make the finish line the Blue Palace, just so that everybody's aware of that. So this journey isn't over until I reach the Blue Palace. Now you may have your silence. Oopsies, that's the wrong button.
What do you say we try some of the local fare? I'm famished.
Pleased to see you in Solitude, stranger.
Is the storm over? Are we safe? And did you see how much damage the Tower of the Wolf sustained?
Everything will be all right. The princess and her allies stopped the Harrow Storm and killed the treacherous High King.
Alrighty, here we are. End of the road. Blue Palace. We started in Daggerfall in Glenumbra and walked the entire way around Tamriel to wind up right here. Now, I wanted to do this just to prove that it's possible, really, because before Gold Road, it really wasn't. There was no way to get from Craglorn to the Gold Coast or even to Malbal Tor. And yet now, here it is. Complete. All done. I'd like to thank everybody who showed up. Thanks everybody for watching. To those who watched after the fact. And I hope somebody from ZOS is watching after the fact, because I really want my suggestions to be heard, and don't really plan to put them onto the forum, so just putting them out there into the ether, I guess. Thanks again for watching. I will be taking next week off because there's some real world stuff I need to take care of. And then next stream, which is going to be, I think, the second week of September? No, first week of September. September 5th. That will be whatever the heck I want. Maybe some farming, maybe an arena. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. SlendyBro99 signing off.